Yo, what is up, everybody? Welcome in, my heroes. Duelyst is such a cool game. Yes, Pog. Yes, indeed, Hyper Loki. Incredibly Pog. Let me tell you. Let me start things off by saying, what a timeline that we live in, right? When the Duelyst revival project was going on, you know, when it was first announced, Duelyst returns. Yes, Woven Mantis. Yes, Woven Mantis. Duelyst is back. Duelyst 2 is doing its server alpha test today. You can see the fancy 2 here. And a bunch of the cards were reworked. The servers were on fire yesterday for not like all yesterday, for the first 35-ish minutes, I think, of when the servers first went live. It was you couldn't play because the servers were lagging. But then they fixed it, they did their adjustments, and then it was smooth for literally the rest of the day. Even after I was done streaming, I played a few games just here and there. I'd be working on something, I'd take a 5 or 10 minute break just to cram 1 or 2 games of Duelyst, and then go back to work. And those random games I would play, I was still finding matches incredibly quickly, and no lag, no nothing like that. Nappy Nuisance says, I just watched a video of yours when you were young and fresh and shit. Now I'm here. Oh my god, yo. My old Duelyst videos are still uploaded. The game is going to be a little bit different in Duelyst 2 from what is showcased on YouTube currently, but the fundamentals are kind of still the same. You know, there's going to be different cards, not as many cards, of course. Duelyst 2 is currently only working with the core set. Their version of the core set, no expansions as of yet. So during, this segment where I kind of compare the Duelyst factions, in Duelyst they're called factions and not regions, I'm going to kind of make some comparisons to Legends of Runeterra to kind of give you all an idea. We've got a nice spoiler preview here for Abyssian. And welcome in Rally Modified. We got I had a thread going on Twitter where we got the fall from Hero Kratos 10. Thank you and welcome to Knighthood Hero Kratos. Duelyst 101 made me cracked in no time. I was a little bit definitely overly ambitious with that series. I only made a few videos, but I was, if I were to take another crack at it now, I could certainly do a much better job, and I might have to. I feel like it's my duty almost to make some educational content for Duelyst, because it is a pretty hilariously, it's intuitive, but to get in and play, but in order to feel comfortable that you're playing the game quote unquote correctly, you want to do a little bit of research, a little bit of prep, right? So if I were to kind of retread that ground, I would certainly love to cover some of the basics. I'd want to play a lot more of Duelyst 2, of course, to get my bearings as well. I have a lot of legacy knowledge, a lot of muscle memory, and just raw fundamentals. An understanding of certain cards and certain strategies are just good, and so I'm kind of abusing stuff I already know is good, rather than exploring some of the new stuff that was reworked and might be good. Sonicolic says, I learned to play around Holy Immolation and Mecantor Warbeast, and now I'm outplaying everybody. Honestly, that's the secret. Holy Immolation and Mecantor Warbeast are cards that you can't, outplay them entirely. You can only minimize their impact, and that's the trick. Because even though it is a very strong play, it does take up your opponent's entire turn. So if they spend their entire turn and it doesn't, blow you out of the water and end the game, then you can come back. It's I had a few games yesterday where I was playing and I was like, oh my god, this is so bad. How am I going to survive? How am I going to win? And I ended up winning just by, using raw fundamentals. And I was running into OGs as well. It was a pleasure. Super I don't know, imagine if there was Runeterra 2 and you played the alpha on the first day and you're queuing into Majin Bay and Mo and Alad, and you're queuing into all the heavy hitters. Do they have a plan on how to monetize this game in the new revival? That's a great question, Ioria. So, Duelyst 1, the original Duelyst, was very Hearthstone in terms of its monetization. The packs, the gold acquisition, like the in-game currency acquisition to buy packs, was a lot more generous compared to Hearthstone. And they had a few cosmetics that you could buy. But the developers for Duelyst 2 have gone on the record to say that they want to make the card acquisition for Duelyst 2 even more generous, and they want to lean much further into using cosmetics to monetize the game. It got to a point where in Duelyst, the core player base was playing the game so much, and we had so much in-game currency that when a new expansion dropped, you literally had enough gold saved up to buy like between 50 and 100 packs. So you didn't really need to buy like the bundles for the new expansion. You only did it kind of, you know, just to shore up your resources if you were missing a few cards that you really wanted. But we still had like the, you know, disenchant the cards you don't want to get the resources and then craft the cards that you do want, that kind of stuff. And the developers had too much on their plate and they couldn't make enough cosmetics for us to buy, which is the funny thing. I think that the new developers should just like go incredibly ham with buying cosmetics. And all of the OG returning players are going to just like throw money at them and swag their decks out 100%. That's what I plan on doing, Monketsu. Also, just huge shout out to the developers for following through on this project. When it was first announced, I kind of thought it was copium, and they stuck to their fucking guns. They literally set up meetings with the original developers to negotiate the use of the assets and the IP and the source code and yada yada. It's all above board. It's all legit, and they pulled it off. The alpha test is going amazing, and you know, I want to fully support them in any way I can. Yo, what's up, Honeycomb? Got 4th place of the last weekly for Smash Bros. I'm pushing Banjo to new levels. Sick, bro. Congratulations. And I remember you posted like how diverse the metagame is at your local. So the fact that you're able to take Banjo and not just say, haha, I'm winning my good matchups, you're like playing against a wide variety of stuff is like really sick. Is Scarzig still a playable card in Duelyst? Actually, no, not currently. The current batch of cards is just the core set. And Scarzig, the card that is named after me and I helped design, was actually released as part of the final expansion for the original game. So maybe if I were to work with the new developers to rework Scarzig so it was in a slightly more appropriate place for the new design direction of the game, maybe we could get like a bonus mini expansion or something. We can get a Scarzig, like, you know, time travel, you know, bring him in from the future. Yo, Duelyst still exists? How's the meta currently? Yo, what's up, LKS? Duelyst is back from the dead. It's like, so we don't really have a good read on the meta. My current read is that like spell/aggro Songhai is probably too strong because this current version is based on how the game was in its beta. A lot of the nerfs and reworks that would eventually come to happen have not happened yet. And so we're technically playing in an environment of you know, a lot of pre-nerf stuff that's a little silly. But in terms of just like testing the servers and stuff like that, things are going great. I played against a wide variety of stuff yesterday. All of the janky stuff I felt like building still felt viable. Are the graphics the same as they were before? Yes, the same pixel graphics with some hand-painted backgrounds and some hand-drawn art splashed here and there, but it is primarily still pixel art. They did add some new pixel art actually on top of the old assets, which I'm very impressed by. If we actually jump into the collection screen, these like fancy borders around the spells and artifacts. Oops, let me move my head. The artifacts here, like the weapons you equip to your general, these are new, and they're all different for each region to give them even more of a visual differentiation and flavor. It's very inspired. Super impressed by that. So they like reset the game a bit. Yeah, it's wild. It's beta, so it's 2 draw. So regarding like the history of Duelyst in the beta. Oh yeah, and the new runes here in the corner. Yeah, that's true. Um, in Duelyst, your hand size limit is 6, and you draw 2 cards at the end of your turn. And with that design, basically by playing a low curve, you spam more cards out of your hand so that you can draw more cards out of your deck, right? The more cards you play means the more cards you see. So developing onto the board is sort of a form of weird deck thinning. And so it became very efficient, very zoo-like, very aggressive and tempo-oriented. So a lot of the late game cards just couldn't really see any play because the game was just too like spam aggressive type. And so a lot of those enablers like Lady Locke and Merkblood Devourer were nerfed. And Merkblood Devourer was kind of like Yordle Explorer. And Lady Locke was like kind of like Yordle Captain, where it was like you were just like spamming a wide board, but then it was also passively boosting your stats. And it was like it just made things like really hilariously zoo. It was called Zoolist back in the day. Like that's what we called it. And basically the other side of it, can you show us the cards you're talking? Oh yeah, true. You're right, Corrupt Paranoia. You're absolutely right. I'm just kind of talking. So Merkblood Devourer, 3 mana, 2/4, give all allied minions summon nearby this, +1/+1. This card, I think in the beta was like a 2 mana 1/3 or something like that. Or like a 2 mana 1/2. And you would just set this up, and then you just snowballed the game really hard. And then there's Lady Locke. She has Provoke, which is like taunt in this game. And then her opening gambit, her battle cry, her when you are played ability was that the other minions that you summon this turn get +1/+1 and Provoke as well. So you would use Lady Locke for like these super wide board development combo turns. And I believe Lady Locke eventually got nerfed to be a 2/2, like a 4 mana 2/2 or something, to like lower the amount of stuff that you could spam in the same turn as her. Furthermore, because you were drawing a lot more cards at the end of your turn, you could spam and like you weren't overextending into AoE. This is an oversimplification. I know that at high levels of play, if you talk to a lot of legacy players, they'll tell you that overextending into AoE was still very detrimental. But in a broad sense of if I spam out like almost all of my hand and I get board wiped by AoE, I should be like out of the game by being punished for that mistake. And so because of the extra card draw, there wasn't as much punishment for those sorts of strategies. And, you know, that was just like a broad, like strokes, how the design sort of began to degenerate and sort of bottleneck itself. And the other issue was that the release of Duelyst as it headed out from its beta towards a full release was already locked in and on rails. So the developers couldn't say, okay, wait, we're going to put the brakes on this. We're going to reevaluate this, do some balance, do some reworks. They had to make an executive decision to change the game in order to keep up with maintain their release schedule. And so the developers said, okay, what we're going to do is we're going to change the game so that you only draw 1 card at the end of your turn. The hand size limit remains 6. Some other things were changed in order to facilitate that design. But they changed the draw to 2. And so there was always a big kind of rift in the community between the like purist, like OG 2-draw lovers from the beta, and then the new school 1-draw enjoyers. And it's not a matter of if one design is better than the other. It was just what you preferred as a player. Because you are drawing 2 cards per turn, and also in Duelyst, you can replace a card from your hand each turn. I guess I can just get like a random like replay going here. Who's in gold? Anybody in diamond yet? No, nobody in diamond yet. It's funny. Ooh, crazed. Buying coats. But anyway, we have match replays, by the way. So you can look at your own replays to check your gameplay or reanalyze a certain board state or solve a lethal puzzle, or look at high-level gameplay from other players just as much as you'd like and analyze their plays and look at like what their deck build is. But anyway, I guess I'll just let this run passively. It was just a matter of what you prefer, because you draw 2 cards at the end of your turn, but then you also can replace a card from your deck. You take a card from your hand, shuffle it back into your deck, and then draw a new card. You had a lot more access to cards from your deck. So your development and your curve, your ability to find removal when you needed it, was a lot more consistent. And that consistency brought, you know, its own batch of problems. The developers were a little bit worried that players would get bored by being able to do the same thing consistently. There was less, I have to scramble and think on my feet or like cobble together a game plan, like CCG wise. The other thing about, you know, having a very consistent game, it rewards very clean deck building and good play. And when there is more variance in your game, it means that the stronger player doesn't necessarily always win. And for like a mass appeal product, you do want to have a little bit of shenanigans going on, some memes. You know, for players who are playing very, very casually and they just want to play their silly thing, or they play for those rare moments where like really off the wall nonsense does happen. We didn't really have a lot of that in Duelyst beta, right? And also, again, casual players don't like to get stomped. And trust me, when Duelyst 2 comes out, you're gonna get stomped. There's gonna be a ton of players like me who played the game like eons ago that already kind of know everything. And you just have to kind of ask questions and learn and analyze your replays and your gameplay and go from there. Do not get discouraged. Duelyst is a game that when you lose, there was something you did wrong. Like 99%, 96 to 99% of the time, there was something you maybe could have realistically done differently to give yourself better odds to win. There was only like historically 2 or 3 like really abysmally lopsided matchups that I can recall off the top of my head that was like, no matter how well you play it, you're going to get cooked. Generally, most stuff was pseudo even. Don't the rank system avoid stomps? Sort of. Yeah, exactly. We have, what was it? Iron. No, we have bronze, silver, gold, diamond, S rank. Yeah, exactly. As I said, it's like it's not that big of a deal. And as I said, the new batch of developers for Duelyst 2 include a lot of those legacy players that were very much married to the concept of mastery and skill and, you know, playing the game to its highest levels. And I just kind of have this gameplay playing randomly in the background as I talk. I'm not explaining this gameplay at all. I know you have no idea what's going on, but we're going to get to that. I wanted to kind of just waste a little bit of time so that I can just get a nice intro for everybody, retread some ground, and let people kind of trickle in. Because I know that there were a lot of Runeterra players interested in this game and interested in my explanation of the game. Like I said, I had a thread going on Twitter the other day that where I was inviting people to ask questions, and that got a lot of engagement, so thank you for that. Rowley says, I hope to see more fun deck builds instead of the similar OP deck for every single faction. We get the follow from Liam. Is it Liam Duelyst? Thank you and welcome in, Liam. I almost read that as I am Duelyst. We are all Duelyst. Let me know. I feel like these sound effects are a little loud. So maybe I can go to the settings here and turn the master volume down just a smidge. So in Duelyst, every faction, the regions are called factions, had like 3 or 4 like sub archetypes within them that you could play. And generally, yeah, it was like their best archetype was very clearly the best and everything else was struggling. And maybe by being able to retread this ground and kind of build things back from the bottom up, they can offer proper support to these archetypes, because we have the gift of future sight, right? Where we aren't trying to design support for archetypes and hoping that it's good enough. We kind of know what is good and what is bad, and so we can preemptively buff stuff that is bad. And this is what's going to make Duelyst 2 like so ridiculously good, I think, is that I also know what everything will eventually become. So I'm excited for like certain archetypes getting even further support. Invoker says, first question is everything open / I need to unlock / how hard is it to build a deck? 3, what's the basics? How did Duelyst come back? A crack team of very, very dedicated former developers and super fans of the game put their powers together and rebuilt the game. So for the network test, you have the full collection. Everything is already unlocked for the network test. 2, when the game will be properly released, and it goes back to a quote-unquote standard model, it will still be based a little bit more around like Hearthstone, where you play games and do your daily quests to earn gold and buy packs with that gold and then open them up and see what you can get, disenchant the cards you don't like or that you don't play with, and then craft the cards you do want to play with. The developers have already stated that they want to make that aspect of the model for card acquisition even more generous. Compared to Hearthstone, Duelyst was way more generous with like legendary percentage open rates and your ability to get a pack. If you logged into Duelyst and completed your daily quests, and I think you played like maybe 2 more games on top of that, like roughly 6 to 8 games a day, if you were good, you had enough gold for a pack. It was like a pack every day and a half, roughly, just by like jumping in and crafting. And the crafting ratios were a lot better. That is true SRN. So like when you would dust your cards you didn't like, you would get more material to craft the cards that you did want. Furthermore, we're gonna end. What was your other question, Invoker? So the other aspect of Duelyst was that you could build. There was a deck called Tempo Argion, which was basically like the scouts of Duelyst. It was just like you could build it within like 2 days of making an account. You could build like 85% of the deck, I think, like on your first day, and then you could get the remaining 15% of the deck within like 48 hours. And that was like an A tier deck for the game's entire lifespan. So there were a couple very budget-friendly, strong-ass decks that you could get for Duelyst. And the original developers told me that their philosophy essentially was like, if you dropped $10 or $15 to like buy packs, you should basically be able to craft whatever deck you wanted. So basically that was the buy-in price. Was if there was a deck that you really wanted to play, you could get that deck for about 10 or 15 bucks in terms of monetary investment if you just wanted it straight up without needing to grind a lot. Is there a list of balance changes? If you go to duelyst2.com, the full core set will be available. I believe it's duelyst2.com. I'm in Microsoft Edge because the alpha is not compatible with Opera. You have to play in Google Chrome or some other compatible browser. But unfortunately, there's not a balance patch type like change list. You kind of have to already know what all the cards did to understand what was changed. But essentially, the 2 points for the new core set are A, cards that were actively bad were changed to be a little bit more enticing or just good. And B, cards that had frustrating random aspects were normalized or reworked to avoid that as well. We get the follow from Kopi Bryan. Thank you and welcome to the Knighthood, Kopi Bryan. Yeah, boss fights could be an interesting thing. So, the next segment I want to get to, for those of you coming from Legends of Runeterra, we get the follow from Konzix. Thank you and welcome to the Knighthood, Konzix. Is it enough time passed for people to come in for the slides? I'll probably have to retread this multiple times during the stream. Does it include the expansions? Yes. All of the expansions are still planned, but the server test is just the core set. But all the expansions and stuff are still planned for the future, just like normal. But right now, they only include the core set. Furthermore, one thing I keep forgetting to mention is that it is planned when Duelyst 2 comes out, they're going to have Legacy mode, where we can still play the final patch state of Duelyst 1 in a separate queue. So there's going to be, you know, the way you have like Legacy and, you know, standard for like games like Magic the Gathering and stuff. We're going to have like the old boomer queue for Legacy mode and then new Duelyst 2 2-draw mode. When's the game coming out? I don't know if there is a set date for a full release floppy mudkip. I encourage everybody to check out the Duelyst 2 Discord server and follow them on Twitter as well. But the alpha for the quote unquote alpha for the server test here is running until July 1st. But then after that, if the server test goes well, I think it would only just be a matter of getting the monetization nailed down in terms of like having a payment system in place and actually having things to sell. Then I see very little standing in the way of actually a full release. Beta in the fall. Thank you, Sonicolic. Did I say July 1st? Oh, I mean August. We're gonna run the beta for a full year. But no, yeah, August 1st. Pardon me, corrupt paranoia. Drunken Shoe says if everything goes right, they want to open beta in fall, but no date yet. Okay, cool. So, and they're going to be open to like all of your feedback and stuff because they're going to be, you know, they want to please the OG like Duelyst boomers like myself and a lot of returning players, but they do also understand that there is the landscape of digital CCGs and competitive games and stuff like that has changed in the years since Duelyst went away. They want to also court and facilitate a new market and the new style of players that potentially would be interested in a genre like this. There's no getting around it that a game like this is going to be very niche, but you know, you still want to make sure that the people who are enjoying it are able to support as much as possible, right? But to get to what my general like read on Runeterra regions / deck archetypes / mechanics, kind of pasting those into the Duelyst factions. Again, in Duelyst, our regions are called factions. The first up we have here, again, in no particular order, we've got Abyssian. Abyssian, very Shadow Isle Shurima. I say Shadow Isle Shurima in that it's very swarmy, but also a kind of caching in your units for procs, like a Slay archetype. Shadow Isle Shurima. Swarm and Sacrifice are big for this region. Very black color pie, if you know about Magic the Gathering, where you're sacrificing your own units in order to achieve additional effects. You're just summoning tons of tokens and just chipping your opponent down, or you are cashing in all of your Wraithlings, they're called, the tokens that you generate, in order to make big combos. Abyssian has core cards like Darkfire Sacrifice, where you sacrifice a unit in order to ramp. We've got a lot of Drain and Burn in this region as well, which is kind of why I have this tertiary, like, tiny P and Z in there. They actually do have a decent amount of burn damage. So if you're coming from Runeterra and you've played like Nasus Thresh or any of the various Shadow Isles P and Z archetypes we've had from time to time, Abyssian's going to be kind of right up your alley. We've got things like Ritual Banishing, which is Crumble, which is insanely good in this game. And then our big payoff cards, Deathfire Crescendo. Hang on, I'm kind of blocking it in the corner. Deathfire Crescendo. You give a minion Death Watch, which is when anything dies, both friendly and enemy. This gains +2/+2. Where do you download this game? You go to this link here. For now, while they're doing the server test, it's only in the browser version. But eventually we'll have the downloadable standalone client like before. This gains +2/+2. So essentially, if I have a guy and then like 6 Wraithling tokens, I put Deathfire Crescendo on one of them, cash in the tokens, my final guy has +12/+12, plus the 1 damage that you've taken from the Wraithlings, and then you win the game. You get like the big swarm and it sticks, then you cash it in for a big finishing combo. Will they keep the browser client in the future? When we had Duelyst before, the browser client was always available, so I imagine the technology is there to run them both in tandem. Yo, what's up, Jake Hyuga? Welcome in. We've also got some Shadow Creep as one of their archetypes, where you enchant the board, you enchant the tiles on the grid with a damaging tile, and that the damage that tile does scales with how many tiles they have. What's your username so I can refer you? It says friend username. My username in Duelyst is Scarzig. Go ahead and put that in. I appreciate that. Back in the day, we had the referral system where if you referred a friend and they signed up and put in your name, you got 100 gold for a pack, and then the person that used your referral to sign up also got 100 gold, so they can get an extra pack right away. I don't know if they're going to bring that feature back, but it was pretty hilarious. And then we've got just some big boys. We do have Darkfire Sacrifice for ramp, and quote-unquote big Abyssian is a sub-archetype that eventually got a lot of support down the road. But right now, they're mostly just Swarm and Burn and Shadow Creep, which is very solid. Next slide, we've got... Oh, hang on. I also typed up some additional thoughts, some points for the regions that the factions that I want to make sure I didn't miss. For Abyssian, I typed here... Imagine if Neverglade Collector was a real card and the rest of Shadow Isles was built around it. That's Abyssian. Abyssian has Blood Moon Priestess, which is a 4-mana 3/3 that when something dies, it summons a 1/1. That includes your own 1/1s that die. It just replaces them for you. And then you combine that with Shadow Dancer. When something dies, you deal 1 to the opponent's face and you heal your face for 1. It's Neverglade Collector, but on a very based stat line. So many people will die to Blood Moon Priestess and Shadow Dancer being set up in play, and you just get punished for trying to eat through the swarm. Also, my other point for Abyssian here is, imagine if Rasa the Sunderer never got nerfed and also he does your taxes. And that's this boy right here, Spectral Revenant. This is your card that is just going to make your opponent suffer and carry you. When all hope seems lost, Spectral Revenant will come through and save the day. That is also true SRN, because the Blood Moon Priestess summons the Wraithlings on a nearby space. If the Blood Moon Priestess is fully surrounded by Wraithlings, when one dies, she automatically replaces it with another Wraithling. It forces your opponent to have to use a removal spell in order to get in there and kill her, used a ranged unit or something. Yo, what's up, Bamboo Panda? Welcome in. Next slide. Lionar. For Lionar, big HP plus taunt is their core. They have formation and positional synergy. When units are in a certain orientation of one another, they get bonus effects. When units are nearby your general, they get bonus effects. They're a pretty grindy region. Middle tier attack power, but very high HP. So their units stick around for several turns and get a lot of value by attacking repeatedly. How are you? I'm doing great. I'm glad so many people are interested in stopping by for this kind of Duelyst seminar. They've got some healing synergy. Think like Soraka, think like Priest, heal synergy. This is something that's going to be explored in future expansions. They've got the bare minimum like baseline support right now. It's not quite there yet, but I'm just letting you know ahead of time. They have what I like to call double-edged removal. They have buffs with downsides, and you can cast them on enemies, so they kind of act as removal. Lionar has Lasting Judgment, where you can give a minion +3 attack and -3 HP. So it's just 2 mana, deal 3 to an enemy unit. If it has just 3 HP, you just kill it. And if you have a unit with 4 or 5 HP, then you can damage it and then give it +3 attack, and it acts as a buff that way, right? They also have Martyrdom. 2 mana, destroy a minion and its owner's general for the amount of, and heal its owner's general for the amount of health that minion had. So this is great tempo removal in the early game, but it doesn't scale as well into the late game because you've dealt some damage to the opponent and then you're healing them. And you can use this on enemies and allies. You can Martyrdom your own thing to heal your face. So again, the double-edged removal is a big part of what Lionar tries to do. And they've got some other removal in that space as well. And then, of course, the final piece of the pie for Lionar is Divine Bond. Give a minion attack equal to its health. This is the, what do they call it in Hearthstone? Inner Fire. And this is what Consult the Heavens and Targon wishes it could be. Furthermore, you combine that with Ironcliff Guardian, a 3/10. You do Ironcliff Guardian on 5, Divine Bond on 6, you hit your opponent for 13, and you win the game. It's just a fact of life. You have to mulligan and play around having to answer to Ironcliff Guardian when you're up against Lionar. We get the follow from Dumdy Dudar. Thank you and welcome to the Knighthood, Dumdy. Furthermore, additional points about Lionar. Again, very Demacia Targon in terms of like dragons is kind of where I wanted to put them. Having like just big good stuff on curve, kind of situational removal on top of that. We got a follow from a Crime NFO. Thank you very much. And they also have access to some Dispel. Everybody kind of does. In Duelyst, Dispel, aka Silence, is permanent and very, very important for being able to answer a lot of the bigger threats in the game. A little bit of Freljord in there, just because they have some AoE damage, big HP. Like Lionar, like Demacia has like square stats, Freljord has a bit of HP, and so it's like a mixture. It has like a mixture of like these aspects of these 3 regions. If I had to like compare Lionar to Legends of Runeterra, some additional points for Lionar. Imagine Demacia, but incredibly based. What if you could play Judgment and your opponent couldn't stop it, and also it hits their face for some reason? And what if Galio came down on turn 5 and ended your opponent's life and then did your taxes? That's also some additional points about Lionar, because we've got to talk about Holy Immolation. 4 mana, heal an allied minion for 4, and deal 4 to enemies nearby it. Just like this big AoE bomb. This also hits your opponent's face. And the healing means that if you have a damage thing in play, you get to double dip. You can also, usually this is combined with a 2 mana unit or a 1 mana unit plus Holy Immolation to do a combo on turn 5 or 6. And it's very important to also position yourself to minimize the effects of the AoE from Holy Immolation, because it's nearby spaces, so you get mopped up on the grid. And we'll talk about that a little bit more as well. Next slide, we've got Magmar. Big units. If you know the Magic the Gathering color pie, Magmar is as green as they come. Let me actually pull up Magmar here in the background. Aggressive. They have strong conditional removal. And honestly, I really like the regions that I kind of assigned to Magmar as a faction. Freljord, Demacia, and not Freljord Noxus with just a hint of Demacia in there. Magmar is Gruul incarnate. Yes, that's a good way to put it. They have what I like to call aggressive defense, where you a lot of your like removals and stuff also can double as aggression or tempo plays, and so you have a lot of flexibility there about how you want to employ your cards. They have a little bit of self-damage synergy, big ramp synergy as well, which is all present in the core set. They do have some one-man army potential, which isn't as facilitated right now, but still quite good. They have some combo stuff going on. So Magmar is, on average, I think over the entire lifespan of the original Duelyst, the worst Magmar ever was like bottom of A tier. And that was like a very weird meta, where Magmar like wasn't one of the best decks in the game. It always had a deck that was one of the best in the game. They're just good. Yeah, this isn't an exhaustive list of like their mechanics and stuff, just general vibes for people who are coming from Legends of Runeterra and kind of want to know like what the region combination that is kind of communicating, like what style of region and deck you might want to get into. If you like, you know, Targon, Demacia type builds, or like Demacia Freljord, like, then this is like where you would start to kind of capture some of that same energy. And then for Magmar, I think that this is a fantastic way to capture what they do. Some additional points I have typed up over here for Magmar. Imagine if Udyr Trundle Swain was the best deck in the game, but also your Nexus can fight too. Imagine playing the same card 3 turns in a row, and then your opponent just dies. Jesus himself wipes your opponent's board for you, and then they can only hope to minimize the impact, and then also Jesus does your taxes. Imagine your stuff coming back to life if your opponent doesn't kill them hard enough. I've never seen a control deck hit this hard. Oh my god, please send help. What if Snapvine came down on turn 5, and also it's a 7/7, and also the copies happen passively? Imagine if those aggro Demacia Noxus decks that always run out of fuel just didn't. And those are all the additional points I have about Magmar over here in my other document. Yes, Mecanter Jesus. So, I talked about Holy Immolation in Lionar. Magmar has that. Mecanter Warbeast. This card never got nerfed. It was like the most busted, but smile wink wink, it's fair card in existence. You'll literally be losing and play Mecanter Warbeast 3 times in a row, and then you just win. I imagine that Mecanter Warbeast like inflated Magmar's viability like very heavily. As I said, there was only like 1 or 2 pocket metas where Magmar was not one of like the top 3 decks in the game, and this card is probably a big reason for that. The thing about Mecanter Warbeast is that you can't stop it, you can only minimize its impact. So Rush means that the unit can move and act immediately. In Duelyst, you normally have Summoning Sickness. So Rush units can move and attack immediately. And Frenzy means that when this attacks an enemy, it deals its attack damage to all other nearby enemies. And in Duelyst, your general, your main guy that you have to keep alive, has 2 base attack. So Mecanter Warbeast attacks your 2 attack thing, deals 4 damage in an AoE, and then survives as a 4/2. So then you have to trade another unit into it, use a spell, or take 4 more damage with your general in order to clear that unit so you don't take additional damage. This card is godlike. There's just no way around it. The Snapvine card is Silithar Elder, by the way. A 7 mana 8/8 that you can ramp into. And then it summons an egg of itself at the end of the turn. And if your opponent doesn't kill the egg at the start of your turn, it hatches into a Silithar Elder. And then at the end of the turn, they both make eggs of themselves. It's very snowbally. We get the follow from Icy. Thank you and welcome to Knighthood. And also Majin Bay dropping in. Welcome in, Majin Bay. Do you think it would be a good rebalance for something like Cataclysmic Fault? Cataclysmic Fault. That was that Vitruvian card, right? Where you chance the center tile. For Cataclysmic Fault, I'm not entirely sure. We'd have to cross that bridge when we get to it. I felt like it was decently slow. It was mostly just because of Khanum Ka that made the deck, that made the card too strong. Yeah, exactly, Victorious. I think if they just rework Khanum Ka, then Cataclysmic Fault is balanced. I love the way you're presenting this. Oh, thank you, Majin. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Silithar Elder always felt kind of win more. It's one of those cards that this is the stalemate breaker. If your opponent is forced to run away from you because they're afraid of Mechantor Warbeast, you play this and they're forked. They are actually just rolled up and smoked by this card. Because if you aren't in an aggressive stance to clean this up, you get bodied. It's a super fun card. It is very slow. In Duelyst, in the beta state, in this current state, the games are usually over by turn 6 or 7. So you're going to be in a spot where you have Silithar Elder, you play this, and then you die. So, I mean, it is appropriately strong for how expensive it is. I will say that much. And we also have, again, the other key Magmar card of Flash Reincarnation, which is the next minion you play this turn costs 2 less, and it takes 2 damage when it comes into play. So you could play Silithar Elder as a 5-mana 8/6, and it's still based as hell at that stat line. So again, Magmar, secretly one of the like most solid, like just overall good factions in this game. Like pound for pound, in terms of just raw card quality, they're tops. Just like a lot of their bad stuff was bad, but like they just have so many good things. They also reworked Mind Steal. This card is hysterical, where it's for 2 mana, you throw away your hand and you get a copy of your opponent's hand. This card, this is a rework that they did for the new core set, and it's way too strong because you spam your entire hand and then you just 2 mana refill against like control. It's like a Divine Favor in Hearthstone. It's theoretically not balanced. I also did some memes with this yesterday. Yeah, Gazer as a 4/2 is actually super scary. Imagine if Laurent Bladekeeper was a 3-drop and it just came down and was also super aggressively statted. But outside of Mechantor Warbeast, Flash Reincarnation, Natural Selection, this card is amazing as well. Again, strong but conditional removal. Destroy a minion with the lowest attack, and you still get to target the unit of your choice if there's a tie. And so you have to like keep a weak unit alive in order to protect your big unit, because if the board is empty and you slam a 5/5, they kill it for 2 mana and you lose, right? So you have to like play around this card. It's very cool, like the ebb and flow, the give and take. The rebirth mechanic is when the unit dies, it leaves an egg behind. If you don't also kill the egg, then the unit just revives at the start of the next turn with full HP. So rebirth units have like 1 extra effective HP. Grow units just gain stats passively at the start of the round. Generally, these are not good because they have really bad base stats when they come into play, and then your opponent gets to take their turn and interact with them before they grow. They don't snowball enough. And also you can silence them and then they lose their growth, their stats that they grew with, and then they don't grow anymore after they're silenced. We've got the Elucidator here, which is just big smork. It deals 5 to the opponent, but it deals 4 to you. And there's combos where you can duplicate this card with Fractal Replication. Summon 2 exact copies of an allied minion nearby that minion. This is Dawn and Dusk, except the units are permanent, and also your opponent can't stop it. So there's a little bit of like aggro Shadow Isles in the region pie of Magmar. So far we've covered Abyssian, Lionar, and Magmar. Next up is Songhai. All right, Songhai. Oh my god. The Songhai Empire. Lord have mercy. Spell burn combo. Glass cannon. Unit and spell synergy. Spell cast to give you bonus procs. Utility. Trickiness. Resource management. This is Songhai. I think that over the entire course of Duelyst's lifespan, Songhai is far and away the most nerfed faction. It's one of those like play styles that gets stronger and stronger and stronger as the pilot gets stronger and stronger, right? Like how Karma Ezreal back in the beta was a deck that in the hands of a skilled player, didn't really lose to much. No, you did not miss Vanar Piedanar. It's a lot like Rogue and Hearthstone. I think that the region combination I have here for Songhai is incredibly appropriate. Noxus P and Z, all flavors thereof, either aggro or mid-range. A little bit of Ionia thrown in just because of aesthetics and reliance on spells. This tertiary region is more like a vibe, but at its core, this is like a definitely Noxus P and Z. Oh my god, I hate Scroll Bandit. What a tilting card. So what are my points for Songhai? Let me go over here to my other document. I said, for Songhai, imagine if Assembly Bot was a 2-mana 1/2, and also you had a unit that gives you 2 Mystic Shots when it dies, and also Mystic Shot is better somehow. And then I just have Karma Ezreal, Annie Ezreal, TF Annie written in all caps. A lot of Runeterra players are going to come over and they're going to like absolutely adore Songhai, because this is the sort of deck that whenever anything similar to what this faction does in Runeterra exists, it gets nerfed. This is like, what if you got to play your favorite degenerate decks in Runeterra and they just never got nerfed? But yeah, the thing is because this is based on the beta in the network test right now, you get to play like maximum power pre-nerf Songhai. There were some like pseudo nerfs that are ported over, but some other cards like Lantern Fox and Tuskboar are in previous unnerfed states that really put this faction over the top right now. I think if this network test went for like another week, literally you would just be playing like aggro Songhai mirrors. I think that legit Songhai is the best faction right now for this network test. Not fully proven. That's just my general read on the situation. But with that all being said, Songhai is still very hard to play properly. You do still get punished when you misplay. And man, I can actually... Oh, you know what's fun? Let's roll some beautiful bean footage, because we have match replays. Oh my god. I can go to my profile and my match history, and I can scroll to yesterday. What game was that where we got cooked by Songhai? This is... Oh god, that old bug. You can't scroll forward, you can only scroll back. Hopefully they fix that. What game was it where we got smoked? I think it was this one. Oh no, I was playing Songhai. No, this is... No. Dang, I can't remember the name of my opponent that game. I think I was playing Vitruvian. It was one of these. Was it Artemu? No, wasn't that one either. Damn, I wish I could remember what game it was where I got absolutely smoked by a combo Songhai. Hopefully they can like flesh this out a little bit more so it shows you and your opponent's factions. Island, no, that was the Magmar game. And I'm pretty sure I was on Vitruvian. So I think it was like one of these. Justin the Nerd? Solifid was on Vanar. No. It wasn't this one. I remember I was going first and they went second. Crud. Maybe I need to go back further. Maybe I was on Lionar. Maybe that's why I misremember. Oh, it was Purple Dark. It was this game. I remember now. Purple Dark. It was this game. Holy shit. Can I see my opponent's decks in the match history? You can't pull up their deck, unfortunately. I'm sure that technology could be added very easily, but there's a lot. But we were just so happy to have match replays that we didn't really care. So I got annihilated. So let me put this on fast forward and just show you. My opponent corners themselves and equips the Blood Rage Mask. And Blood Rage Mask, passively, when you play a spell, your general deals 1 damage to the enemy general. And so now, these 3 white diamonds you see next to it are charges. When you take 3 separate instances of damage, the artifact, the Blood Rage Mask, will break. So I have to try to deal 3 points of individual ticks of damage to Purple Dark to break this mask. And so I have this on fast forward. And so I'm like trying to pressure the center, get them cornered, and I get kited into oblivion. We got the fall from Radical Man. Thank you and welcome to the Knighthood. It's par for the course that the turn you kill Songhai is the turn before they kill you. Always. Guaranteed. If you mess up and you let the game extend by 1 extra turn, you lose. You have to kill them as fast as you humanly can. So, what we saw there was a spell called Mist Walking. Teleport your general 2 spaces. Lore Master. Put a copy of the most recently played spell into your action bar, which is your hand. So they Mist Walking again. So they ran this way, Mist Walking, double Mist Walking to get over here from this corner. All the while, a Blood Rage Mask is hitting me in the head. So how do I respond here? Okay. Yeah, so I break the Blood Rage Mask here. Azurite Lion can move and attack twice. So I move, attack. I break the Blood Rage Mask with my general. And so I'm like, okay, crisis averted. Blood Rage Mask is online. I play the Arclight Sentinel, but I skip its ability just to put a body in play for pressure. My opponent runs back the other way and plays Silhouette Tracer. Teleport your general 4 spaces is Silhouette Tracer's effect. They go back into this corner and equip another Blood Rage Mask. This is a 2/6, by the way. So this is also a tanky boy that's like blocking me. This card, fun fact, in the alpha was teleport your general anywhere. You could choose any other square on the grid and just go there. It was the ultimate get out of jail free card. And they reworked it to teleport your general 4 spaces instead. This was eventually nerfed further. I believe Silhouette Tracer became a 2/5 that teleports your general 3 spaces. But this is the juicy version of Silhouette Tracer that really enables this playstyle. So now I'm like, shit, they're back in the corner. I got to get around this Silhouette Tracer. I send my Healing Mystic forward. In Duelyst, you can only summon units nearby your general, or nearby is a tile adjacent like this, or nearby another friendly unit. So I summon the Silverguard Knight, which has Provoke, and it locks my opponent into this square theoretically. And that's to buy some time. I misplayed here. Really, really badly. The Silverguard Knight has bonus attack when it's touching my general, and I moved and attacked with it, and it lost its attack bonus. So I wasn't actually able to remove the Silhouette Tracer from the board, and it survives as a 2/1 here. Big, huge misplay that I think actually cost me the game in retrospect. Because now the Silhouette Tracer gets to deal 2 extra damage to my general. 8 gates. I get to pause here and tell you about 8 gates. Spells you play this turn that deal damage, deal +2 damage. 8 gates. Mana Vortex. 0 mana. Your next spell costs 1 less. Draw an extra card at the end of the turn. Phoenix Fire. 1 mana, deal 5. Ghost Lightning to clear the board. Each spell, I'm also still taking 1 extra damage from the Blood Rage Mask. The Silhouette Tracer clears the Silverguard Knight so that Riva can run away. I'm now at 9 HP. My opponent still has a full Blood Rage Mask. And I'm SOL. All I can do is play Archon Spellbinder. It makes my opponent's spells cost 1 more. Maybe if I make their spells more expensive, they can't combo me from full. Can I survive? The answer is no. Ether Master. Again, in Duelyst, you can take 1 card from your hand you don't need at the time, shuffle it back into your deck, and get a new card. Ether Master lets you do that twice per turn instead of once. Onyx Bear Seal transforms the Archon Spellbinder into a little guy that doesn't do anything. Rip me. So yeah, basically, you can see how my opponent just kited back. They kited this way, and then right back to this way, and I wasn't able to keep them under an appropriate amount of pressure, and then I died. And that's what Blood Rage Mask is going to do. A, they just wear you down, or B, they save their spells for a big 8 gates combo like we saw in that previous turn, and that is Songhai. They have some other like aggressive stuff and some other fun memes, but this is like the primary super strong play style. We get to follow from GS9 Brielle. Thank you and welcome, Brielle. So anyway, back to the slides. Did I already read my Songhai points? Yes. If we exit this game and I take a closer look at their actual card pool, they also have a mechanic called Backstab, where your units deal bonus damage when they strike from behind, the square directly behind the unit. And then they don't take counterattack damage. In Duelyst, when you hit an enemy, it counterattacks after you hit it. Even if the initial attack was lethal damage, it still does its counterattack before it dies. And with Backstab, you don't take the counterattack damage, and you also deal additional bonus damage. Yo, what's up, Error Prone Robot? What's up, Scar? Doing the educational stream? Yes. I'm trying to bridge the gap between Duelyst and Legends of Runeterra right now, and give some deeper explanations about the mechanics and styles of these different factions in Duelyst. And so you combine Kaido Assassin with crazy buffs like Saberspine Seal, which is literally just Elixir of Wrath, 1 mana +3 attack. And then Inner Focus. Activate an allied minion with 3 or less attack. To activate an ally means that you let it move and attack immediately. You overcome the summoning sickness or let it attack again. Like you can do Kaido Assassin Inner Focus to deal 3 damage because it's Backstab 1, and then you can use Inner Focus to have it attack again, deal another 3 damage. They also have another crazy buff called Killing Edge. 3 mana, give an allied unit +4/+2. If it has Backstab, you draw an extra card at the end of your turn. Yeah, Backstab is like situational quick attack. That's a good way to put it. And so this card is gangbusters. You can do some really hilarious combos with this. Songhai also has the Mask of Shadows, like the Blood Rage Mask we saw in that previous footage. Mask of Shadows is an artifact you equip to your general, and then your general becomes a massive attacking threat and gains Backstab 5. That's on top of your general's 2 base attack. So then you try to get in position and just eat something for 7 damage. Oh, true. Very important to know, Error Prone. Thank you for that point. If a card does not say this turn, it means that it's permanent. Killing Edge's stat buff is permanent. Compared again to Saberspine Seal, which says +3 attack this turn. Yeah, we were playing Mask of Shadows yesterday. It's really hilarious. We get the follow from Souls Reforge. Thank you and welcome to the Knighthood. Because your opponent, if they know what you're up to, they can play around. They can position around the Backstab, right? And so, but when you pop off, you pop off. It's hilarious. Yes. Furthermore, Songhai has a little bit of a ranged synergy. Ranged units can attack any other unit anywhere on the battlefield. If the unit is in melee range, it will still counterattack the ranged units. But normally only ranged units counterattack ranged units. Ranged counterattacks versus blast as well. We'll get to blast in a minute. Yeah, exactly. You play ranged units to force your opponent to have to come to you, and then you backstab them. You try to like fork your opponent like that. They also have Tuskboar. This card is an absolute abomination. This card eventually got nerfed to be a 2/3 and just stopped seeing play. But 2-mana 3/3 Tuskboar is actually disgusting. It's 2 mana, deal 3 to anything, either a unit or face. And at the start of your turn, it goes back to your hand. So your opponent has to sacrifice another unit to it, use a spell to clear it, or take another 3 damage to the face, or else you get it back and you get to use it again. If your hand isn't empty, then you'll lose it, but still. It's a little bit harder to cycle this repeatedly because you draw 2 cards at the end of your turn. So depending on the cadence, you could, it'll just burn itself. It won't go back to your turn. It'll just disappear. There's no drawback for legendaries. Correct, Seven's Air. I forgot to mention. You can run 3 legendaries. They aren't limited to just 1 copy. Yeah, you can ignore it. If you keep an eye on your opponent's hand size, you can just ignore it. That's very true. We've also got Spiral Technique. This is the most, if they have it card in the game, where it's 7 mana, deal 8. And as I said, in Duelyst, games typically do end around 6 or 7 mana. So sometimes you're about to close out. It's getting to the late game. It's very rough. And you just have to drop down to 7 or 8 HP and say, ooh, do they have it? Are they running it? A lot of Songhai decks sometimes don't run this card because you just try. Basically, Spiral Technique eventually became it became like a noob card where it was like, if you were a bad Songhai player, then you needed Spiral Technique to finish your games. But like the very, very high level Songhai mains would be able to consistently kill you just using the rest of their cards, and they wouldn't need Spiral Technique. And that was just like a broad strokes vibe, where if you piloted your deck even better, I don't know if there's another comparison for Legends of Runeterra. I guess it would be like the difference between running like Atrocity in Nightfall or something like that. Like, if you're playing your aggro deck correctly, you don't need Atrocity, right? Theoretically. But sometimes you just have it in your deck and it just wins you games for free because you do enough damage and then you finish them off with this. But, I mean, I was getting killed by Spiral Technique yesterday. The card is actually godlike. It eventually gets nerfed to... Did they nerf it to 7 damage? Or 8 mana. I forget how they nerfed this card, but eventually it did get nerfed. They made it 8 mana, so it was 8 mana, deal 8. Thank you, Solace. So yeah, that's Songhai. A lot of just great spell synergy combo stuff. Lantern Fox, my lord, this card. 3 mana, 2/4. When this takes damage, put a Phoenix Fire in action bar. 2 mana, deal 3 to anything. Whew, what a card. This was eventually nerfed to a 2/3, so you would get less Phoenix Fires from it on average. But again, because of the draw 2, your hand is sometimes very full, so you can't get as many Phoenix Fires in your hand as you would like. Furthermore, yeah, I guess that's pretty much it for Songhai. What's the next slide? For those of you who are just joining us, to quickly recap, Abyssian is Shadow Isle Shrima Slay, a little bit of health drain and burn from P&Z thrown in. Lionar, We've got the Demacia Targon, kind of big bodies, dragons, a little bit of Freljord thrown in, big HP, situational removal, some utilitarian answers. Magmar, Freljord Noxus, think like Udyr Swain, except incredibly strong. A little bit of Demacia Noxus in there as well. Songhai, Noxus PNZ, a little bit of Ionia in there. Next up is Vanar. So Vanar, in the beta, Vanar was by and large the worst of all of the factions. It had like a lot of partially realized ideas that didn't end up getting proper support until several expansions down the line. And then once that happened, they became overpowered. Yeah. This card, basically in Duelyst, we have the main factions and then also a pool of neutral cards. Vanar was so bad that like 60% of your deck was neutral cards. Like that's how bad this faction was on the initial beta of original Duelyst. And so they focus on soft removal. They have transforms, mini morph type stuff, like where you're taking a big threat, turning into a smaller, more manageable threat. Things like Hailstone Prison, where you're recalling a unit, like Will of Ionia style and like Quicken style. They have some stuns as well. Low power, but very, very high utility. Their general idea is like swarming plus AoE buff synergy, some light tribal synergy that will get more support as we get more expansions, and jank. Like, Vanar is the jank faction, where if you have like some kind of really silly harebrained idea, usually Vanar has the sorts of cards that can facilitate those sorts of like zany ideas, and then somehow you make them work. Ionia Bandle City is sort of the way I have a read on Vanar right now, with a splash of Bilgewater. And the splash of Bilgewater is, again, for that jank. You know how Bilgewater has, like, some weird stuff like Mirai Greatmother and Smooth Soloist and, like, Treasure Spam and Powder Monkeys, right? Like, they have some, like, really memey archetypes. Like, that's sort of Vanar's vibe. Avatar of the Tides, exactly that. Those sort of, like, very memey ideas. Yes, the Bilgewater section is the jank. And also, the other part of the Bilgewater I like for this analogy is that Vanar has stuff that is not that good, but if it gets set up, will kill you. Think like Alawi, think like Twisted Fate kind of engines, where if you let them get set up, suddenly they're a massive threat, but they sometimes struggle to get that sort of tempo. So I think that this region combination is a very, very good, like, ratio of comparing Vanar to what Legends of Runeterra would be. And they become stronger as they get more cards. A lot of their bad cards is got reworked as well or unnerfed. So they do have a reasonable amount of power in the beta. So to get into Vanar, Chad is talking about walls. Walls, for those who are not familiar, walls are these things. They are spells that generate units called walls that cannot move or attack. They can attack if you buff their attack, but they have generally no attack, and they just body block your opponent. Furthermore, with walls, they die immediately if they're dispelled. If you silence a wall, it disappears. Because they're created from magic, they just disappear if they're silenced. So they're very sad when you play things like Lightbender into them. But yeah, Vanar is fun jank. Speaking of which, I have some additional points for Vanar. Let me see. Over here in my other document, I said, Vanar, imagine losing, but then suddenly you aren't losing. Help, I'm playing jank. It's supposed to be bad, but why do I keep winning? Imagine getting carried by like 6 good cards and being barely kept afloat. Endless debates on if your faction is balanced, but on paper it's objectively bad. Also, Giga hipster cred. So the idea, they have like the Yordles and Arms flavor of I summon a bunch of walls. Because they also have Gravity Well. 3 mana, summon 4 0/1s with Provoke. You're just locking your opponent down. You're slowing them down. You're gumming them up to buy time while you try to set up your own ideas. And then we've got Razorback, the boy, the hero of the age. 4 mana, 4/3. Give all other allied minions +2 attack. This does count for your walls. This buff is permanent. This buff does stack with multiple Razorbacks. They combine very well with neutral win conditions. Because this region has so much utility, they combine very well with neutral win conditions. Jack's True Sight, a 6-drop. It's a 1/1 with range that summons a 1/1 with range in each corner of the grid. And then you can buff these up with Razorback and then kill your opponent. Fuck Jack's True Sight. This card is whack. I agree. This card is hella whack. The only factions that can deal with this are Lionar has Tempest, Magmar has Plasma Storm, and Abyssian has Breath of the Unborn. Everybody else just dies to this. It's an AoE check, exactly. So again, Vanar, they've got the walls where they just spam a bunch of stuff and then buff it up and you die. Great soft removal. Aspect of the Fox. Literally 1 mana mini morph, transform a minion into a 3/3. Snow Chaser is a little 1 mana 2/1. Infiltrate is when it's on your opponent's side of the board. You put a copy of this into your action bar, it just comes back to your hand. Oh yeah, Star's Fury as well for Vitruvian. Chromatic Cold, godlike card. 2 mana, deal 2 to anything and dispel it. And because it targets the space underneath that unit, technically, it gets around Veil, aka Spell Shield. Some other Hailstone Prison. This is 2 mana Will of Ionia. And in 2-draw, where your hand is full a lot of the time, this is 2 mana Vengeance. If your hand is full and you bounce something, it just disappears. So this is one of those cards that's like, the rest of Vanar is so bad, they're allowed to have Hailstone Prison. It's one of those kind of cards. This card is actually busted. But because the rest of the region, the rest of the faction is bad, they're allowed to keep this busted card. Heart Sister, a 2 mana 3/2 that swaps position with an enemy minion. Just, again, utility. Trying to find a new position to minimize a threat, throw something dangerous into a corner, make positional plays. This is a card that is absolutely iconic. Absolutely iconic. Yeah, swap it into a Revoke Wall to lock it down. The possibilities are endless with Hearth Sister. This card, like, its effectiveness scales with how good you are at employing its strength. Furthermore, Fenrir Warmaster, a 3/3 that when it dies, it gives you a 3/3 on the same spot. Just a very sticky, solid boy that just carries you. A lot of other, like, shenanigans, but those are, like, the broad strokes. Spirit of the Wild is Rally, by the way. Yeah, Fenrir Warmaster was eventually nerfed to a 3/2. But as a 3/3, this unit is an absolute house. It deals 6 damage to face. It eats like 2 or 3 cards on average. Both of them were nerfed. Oh, the Ghost Wolf also became a 3/2. Tisk, tisk. So yeah, that's Vanar. And I think we skipped over Vitruvian. There we go, Vitruvian. This is the final faction for Duelyst. My points for Vitruvian are, imagine if Victor left Piltover and brought the Glorious Evolution to Shurima instead. Also, he brought Heimerdinger. And yes, they want your opponent's stuff too. And also, it's aggro. Those are my points for Vitruvian here. So, generally, Vitruvian is Piltover, Shurima. Think of, like, basically Victor Shurima. Victor Heimerdinger. And then a little bit of a Targon splash in there just for, it has like a celestial vibe. You're telling the peepo for sure. A lot of one-man army artifact weapon combo ideas in this region, in this faction. Magmar has a bit of this too, so does Songhai. Tribal synergy with what are called dervishes. They are like wind spirits, and they're eventually going to get a lot more support, but dervishes are a big part of this unit's identity. That's where they get their continuous unit generation from, is the dervishes just coming into play over and over and over again and getting value. I said they have utility, but that's not entirely true. I would rather say they have like highly situational cards that can be strong when employed in the right time. So not really utility. I would rather say situational is a little bit more of an accurate descriptor. Strong situational cards and unit theft. They're going to get more of this. They're going to get much more of this in future expansions potentially, but that is something that they kind of like to do. Because they have this combo, Blind Scorch. Set of minions attack to 0 until your next turn. And then in the neutral faction, we've got Zenrui the Blight Spawned, where you take control of a nearby enemy minion with 2 or less attack. So they can combine Blind Scorch with Zenrui to steal your thing. They also have Dominate Will, a card that I was abusing yesterday. 7 mana, take control of an enemy minion nearby your general. What if possession was permanent? That's Dominate Will. What if possession was permanent and also you can't deny it? That's Dominate Will. It's absolutely hilarious. I thought Vitruvian was the weakest at this stage. I remember that Vitruvian was considered somewhat weak, but there was like a couple control builds that eventually like won some alpha tournaments, if I'm remembering correctly. Like they started off pretty bad, and as people got better and better at exploring the card pool and building the region, I remember that Vitruvian was actually pretty solid in the beta. And that's why the deck that I built yesterday and played the most of was Control Vitruvian. Vitruvian started out super OP and got nerfed every time. I was talking about Time Maelstrom yesterday. I tried to run this card, and I could not make it work. I could not make it work. Do you have a deck code for that? Yeah, right here. Let me copy this and see if I can paste this in chat. Duelyst deck codes are hilarious, by the way. But anyway, I ended up cutting the Time Maelstrom and putting in good old Pandora, the neutral house. It's a 7 mana 3/10 that summons a 3/3 with a random keyword at the end of every turn. And so if your opponent doesn't deal with it, they get buried in 3/3s. I just said, I'm gonna main deck Heimerdinger. Let's go. But yeah, this is a lot of fun. This deck right here is super fun. I was thinking that Crossbones could maybe be Sarlacc the Eternal, but I know that as soon as I swap over to Sarlacc, he's gonna body block me, and then I'm gonna get tilted. I should probably be running First Wish, actually, huh? Maybe not. But Vitruvian also has like artifact combo potential, where they have Aurora's Tears. If they'll, oh wait, no, I'm in the deck menu still. I need to go to the collection menu. Aurora's Tears, 1 mana for each artifact equipped to your general. Give your general +2 attack this turn. Your general can have up to 3 artifacts equipped. So at maximum output, this is 1 mana, buff your general +6 attack. And this also stacks. So you can do a double Aurora's Tears combo and kill your opponent. They have a mechanic called Blast. And Blast attacks a unit and everything on the same row as that unit. You attack in a straight line. And so you equip Wildfire Ankh, you can buff yourself up with Aurora's Tears, and then just blast your opponent from range. Ranged units counterattack when they get blasted. And blast does not counterattack against blast. I think that if you actually, I need to pull up. Now that we've kind of gone over Vitruvian, I need to get into some positional stuff for our seminar. So let me see if I can pull up my my illustration here. Because when it comes to Duelyst, like explaining positional stuff, I need a visual aid. Where is it? Boop. Okay. So let me see if I can get this lined up. I have a screenshot of an in-game thing. Okay, there we go. So, for blast, if your general's standing here, you can walk 2 spaces up or 2 spaces down, and because blast hits all of this, a blast unit has access to like the entire map at range. I think that if my general is standing here and my opponent blasts me, even if I have a ranged unit behind me, even though the ranged unit is taking damage and getting attacked by the blast hitting both of us, I don't think this ranged unit actually counterattacks. You recreated Budget Vitruvian? Oh, hell yeah. Definitely post that in the chat. There's going to be a lot of new players that are going to want that deck code. It does. Blast will get counterattacked by a nearby unit if it blasts a distant unit behind it, even though that's how Frenzy works with counterattacks. Ah, okay, SRN. Thank you for that clarification. So when it comes to Duelyst, player 1 on turn 1 starts with 2 mana. Player 2, going second, starts with 3 mana. So you're already off to the races with your 2 drops. 2 mana, 2/3 is like the general stat line of a good 2 drop. Usually it's like a 2/3 is very good stats for the cost, usually with an upside. You run between 9 and 12 2 drops to kind of, it gives you like a 98% chance of hitting a 2 drop on turn 2 if you mulligan for it and also use your replace. Anyway, the standard opening for Duelyst is your general moves 1, 2 spaces forward, and then you summon your 2 drop here or here so that it can walk up and take this mana tile next turn. These here in the center are mana tiles. These are like coins from Hearthstone that you have to pick up off of the ground to use that turn. It's kind of like shared spell mana between you and your opponent that you have to fight over. The title is misleading. It seems like you're going to teach Duelyst players lore. Maybe. So generally, here's how it goes for Duelyst. You move here, play your 2 drop here. Your opponent can move here, play a 2 drop here. Because they're at 3 mana, this gives them +1 mana. So you play your 2 drop here, and then you have 2 mana left over for another 2 drop. And then you can say, okay, I want to play my 2 drop here, or maybe here. So if you play your 2 drop here, your opponent has options. Their general can walk into the center to attack this thing to deal 2 damage if it's a 2/3. And if they have a spell or a ping, then they can clear this unit. Alternatively, they can have their 2 drop move up here to attack along with their general. They clear one of your units, but they forgo taking this mana tile. Sometimes you can bait them into making that play. Alternatively, they just take this, go up to 4 because they go from 2 to 3 on turn 2, and then they ramp to 4, and then they just walk here, and they'll play like a 4 drop here on this diagonal. And so there's a lot of very interesting ideas and opening theory when it comes to Duelyst, just like chess, where I've seen players move their general here, and they play their 2 drop here. because they're directly threatening the center. It forces your opponent to take a much more aggressive stance in order to keep you from ramping and taking this away from them. Player 2 starts off closer to this mana tile in order to offset the first turn advantage. So by doing this, you're directly threatening them. Especially if you have like a strong 3-drop and you don't care about ramping to take these and go to a strong 4 mana play, you can just threaten this instead. Because even if your opponent is forced to develop and take this mana tile, that means that you can move your 2-drop here and develop here or here. And so you get even more aggressive positioning. Furthermore, I've seen positions where you walk here with your general turn 2 and you play your 2-drop or your 3-drop here in order to threaten this mana. And by certain openings, force your opponent to respond with certain openings. Erase Me Not says, hello, I just joined the stream and I missed Vanar and Abyssian. Can someone share some nice decks for these factions, please? I don't think I built an Abyssian deck, actually, before. Yeah, there's Gravity Well openers, Wraithling Swarm openers, but again, those are like the walk forward 2 spaces going first, play your 2-drop on a diagonal, player 2 walking forward and playing 2 2-drops is like bare bones, basic fundamental stuff. That if you stick to those, you're gonna, basically you have to learn the rules first before you learn how to break them. And then once you kind of understand the underlying principles between opening plays, you know how to do different openings depending on your hand quality, depending on the matchup, depending on your archetype. Stuff like that. So I guess now we can play some games, okay? If you're playing in the browser, make sure to hit F11 so it's full screen. Let's see if we can jump in. Again, this Control Vitruvian is what I was playing the most yesterday. I built a beginner-friendly Lionar. I guess I should share some of these in the chat before we jump into game. I built this beginner Lionar. There's going to be a lot of decks and resources in the Discord server. Do you have opinion on the draw 2 no Bloodbound spell changes? I don't mind the lack of Bloodbound spell. It is a shame that we lose out on certain archetypes, like Zoran was really important to like have her Bloodbound spell. Argeon, I really liked using his for tempo Argeon, but generally they were either too good or super bad, and I'm just breathing a sigh of relief that I don't have to deal with fucking Heartseekers. To tell you the truth, Songhai is bad enough. I'm glad I don't have to deal with Heartseekers. Because for those of you who don't know, Songhai had a hero power of 1 mana, create a Heartseeker, a 1/1 with ranged. And so literally, if you didn't play incredibly aggressive on Songhai and maintain a position where you could deal with the Heartseekers and they stuck, you lost the game. It was super, super binary and tilting. There will be packs in this game. The developers have stated that they want to make the like card acquisition very generous, but it was Duelyst released back in like the Hearthstone era of you collect gold by doing your daily quests and then buying packs, disenchanting the cards you don't want to craft the cards that you do. It's not a hard, it's not fully decided as a hard rule that Bloodbound spells won't come back. The developers are aware that there is some nice design space there. So they might come back in some other form. Maybe they attach those powers to a unit that you play instead of just being a passive thing you always have. We get the follow from Erase Me Not. Thank you and welcome to the Knighthood. One thing they could do with Bloodbound spells is maybe put a charge system on them where maybe you just get 2 charges that you can use at any point in the game. And then once you've used your hero power twice, your Bloodbound spell twice, you just can't use it anymore for the rest of the game. We'll also have Legacy mode as well. The expansions, I'm not entirely sure if they're going to follow the same release cadence of the original expansions, or if they're going to just cobble together new expansions from whatever cards they think they want to release at the same time. But we'll see. Some artifacts that give you a Bloodbound spell temporarily could be kind of cool. Because Bloodbound spell was kind of meant to fill the void left from losing out on an extra card draw, right? because when you're only drawing one card at the end of your turn, it gave you a way to have something to do that didn't take a card out of your hand while still giving you a way to affect the game, but also gave you a way to fill out your mana curve a little bit, because when you're only drawing one card at the end of your turn, you're more incentivized to underplay and not just spam out everything or play on curve. My opponent did not connect. Terrible shame. You can also tip in Duelyst, where when you win, you get gold, and you can give 5 gold of your winnings to your opponent. It's like an extra GG for your opponent. And there were some players who always tip. There were some players who never tipped. It wasn't BM to not tip. Sun. Oh my god, what a name. Apparently, there is no, apparently my opponent, Funsucker, there is no, filter for your usernames. They're planning to monetize this? Yes. Bandai Namco does not have any say on them being allowed to monetize this. All Namco signed up to do was run the publishing administrative stuff for the original Duelyst. They have no legal like standing to interfere with this and their monetization whatsoever. So I'm going second. I'll keep a Windstrike. I'll keep the Crossbones. Why would I give gold away? If you already had a lot of gold, then you just tipped your opponent. Like I said, it was not mandatory. It was just an extra thing they did. Ayah. This is the most disgusting opening. Bandai monetization push ruined Duelyst. Yeah, I mean, it made the monetization like clunky and a little bit more predatory. It locked out certain regions from being able to play the game, and they literally did not do a single lick of advertising for the game after they said they were going to. So I summon a 3/1. My opponent just summons a 1/1 and kills it. I was running Star's Fury in this deck, but then I cut it. But I probably do need to put like 1 copy back in. Crossbones, its old effect was it would kill a range. You could kill a ranged unit when you played it. Ironically, I'm running Crossbones, but Windstrike is good. Oh, perfect. Oh my god, perfect. So I have Rasha's Curse that lets me summon a Dervish off of my opponent's general. It's a 2/2 that can move and attack immediately, so we kill this 2/2. And then I can move forward and attack, and I have the Blood Tier Alchemist, which lets me ping something for 1 damage. Now, that card my opponent summoned, Cannon of Mechazor, when it dies, it progresses your Mechazor build by 20%. And when you get to 100%, you summon Mechazor, which is like the big Gundam payoff that ends the game. Yeah, they were changed to Dying Wish to slow down the Mechazor generation. Because the Mechazor progress buff used to happen when the mechs came into play. So Mechazor decks would just try to draw and play as many mechs as they could as fast as possible and just high roll you out of the game. It was actually super toxic. Dancing Blades deals 3 damage to the unit into the minion in front of it. So we just get to use our 5-drop to kill their 3/3. So my opponent is now at 40% Mechazor completion. I'm blocking it, but I can hover them and you'll see. I hear that a lot of Mechazor enthusiasts are not happy with the Dying Wish. And I really don't know, like, how you can balance Mechazor. It's by design a very polarizing effect. Dancing Blades is one of my favorite cards. I'm glad they didn't change it, if I'm being perfectly honest. But my opponent's at 40% Mechazor generation. They could maybe change one of them, like Chassis. That could be an interesting idea. How are you liking the new Windstrike? Yeah, new Windstrike is cool. I think I have 2 of them as like a pseudo removal. When it dies, I equip a Staff of Akir, which is an artifact that gives my general +2 attack. Ancestral Divination. 1 mana. When you play a minion this turn, draw a card. Yeah, a lot of the changes they made to the core set cards are very cool. They could make a few be Last Breath and have, like, the Suicide by Range unit kind of sucks. Yeah, that's fair. And my opponent just takes the mana. Dancing Blades killed their Tuskboar. I guess that's really all I can ask for. I could Dancing Blades to kill one of the Primus Fists here. It only hits on the square in front of it. But then it's all... I develop my big threat all the way down here. So it's like in a really bad position, right? And so this is important. I have value here, but I'm giving up on that value to maintain a more aggressive position. We'll replace. And I'm just going to walk up at my opponent and play the Windstrike. Probably, I'll play it, I'll just play it here. Windstrike is flying, so I could play it in a bad spot, like a backward spot, and it could still have value to move and attack. Do I cash in my Bone Swarm here or not? I'm going to underplay with the Bone Swarm. But I'm just going to play the Windstrike in an aggressive position, because if I play it behind me to, like, play around my opponent potentially running Dancing Blades, or I play it back here, and my opponent, like, just kills it with Tuskboar, if they have a second one, then I'd rather it be, like, just aggressively positioned, especially if they have a Dispel. Yes, what's up, dear? Duelyst is back. Why didn't the bot go off? I guess it doesn't work when you react to someone. No, yeah, you don't store your unused mana, Visionary. You don't store your unused mana in this game. Oh my god, yes. Saving the Bone Swarm lets me get better value here. Oh yes, all the value. Bone Swarm deals 2 to the enemy general and 2 damage to all their units that are around them. If I kill this with Dancing Blades, it puts them at 80% Mechazor progress, and this is, again, my Dancing Blades is in a really bad position. So I'm just gonna go face. And I'm just gonna play out the Dancing Blades with just tempo here. Where's the best place for Dancing Blades? This hits friendlies, by the way. Please don't kill your own stuff with the Dancing Blades. Use Repulsor Beast? I guess I should replace. I could just throw this into a corner. But Abyssinian has, like, Juxtaposition and Mist Dragon Seal, so Repulsor Beast isn't even really that good versus them. Dancing blades can kill your own stuff. Yeah. So you gotta be careful about when you summon the dancing blades. Wow! Cancer! Double Tuskboar, double Saber Spine Seal. Boo! Boo! They drew all 3 Tuskboar. Boo! I mean, I'm very, very surprised they didn't pre-nerf, yeah, the Mechazor was just a ruse. It was, we got played like a fiddle, chat. I love Tuskboar. I'm an OG closed beta Songhai main, but man, it's so busted at 3-3. Rip opponent. But yeah, we got owned. I maybe could have played that a little bit safer, but it's just like the threat of ranged units, the threat of Mechazor, like I wanted to just end the game, and maybe I just won't get baited in by then again. Forgive my Jon Snow knows nothing questions, but how long has Duelyst 1 been down? Was the release of Duelyst 2 a surprise or long announced? Duelyst 2 has been like in the works for a very long time. We knew that it was being worked on. Duelyst 1, the server shut down like what? 2.5 years ago or something? Early 2020. Thank you, Nowhere. Yeah, it was February, I believe it was, of 2020. It's an actual sequel. It's like a hybrid. It's an official, like, above-board sequel, but, they have, like, official permission from the developers to use all the assets and everything. I'll just do Blood Tier Alchemist double crossbones. I'm summoning the crossbones here to threaten this obelisk. If I summon, like, my crossbones here, the dervish can spawn and take the mana tile and kill it. And so if my opponent's dervish spawns, they have to give up the mana in order to kill this crossbones. That's sort of my reasoning here. Do I want the Bone Swarm? I'll keep the Bone Swarm as well. So the way obelisks work is at the start of your turn, a dervish spawns in a random nearby space. So any of these open spaces, the dervish could have spawned there. We also got the follow from Boom1154. Thank you and welcome, Boom, to the Knighthood. If you had to sell Duelyst to someone and convince them to try it in a few words or sentences, incredibly deep, strategic, digital CCG tactics hybrid, massive skill expression. I really can't sell it any more than that. We get the follow from Champion George. Thank you and welcome, Champion George. Wow, that's a lot of smork. What'd they do, Star's Fury? Yeah. Actually, not too bad. I probably don't need crossbones at this point. I can play Shrike, and the next turn I'm on 5 mana, so I can do Fire Blaze plus crossbones. So if I play Wind Shrike here and I walk forward to hit this obelisk, the dervish can't spawn in a place where it can hit the Shrike, so it's safe, theoretically. Like I said, I probably would give this game a shot if I knew it existed back when Duelyst 1 was a thing. Exactly. It's the best game you've never heard of. 100%. It's the best game you've never heard of. Was this game available only on a browser, or can we download the game? The current version right now is the alpha test, like the server stability test for Duelyst 2, and it's only a browser version right now for the test, but they will have a standalone client eventually. Wow, this is just dervish aggro. Very rare. So we'll Bone Swarm. Kill that dervish. I guess I'll just summon Fireblaze Obelisk. I'll keep the Siphon Energy for Amara Healer, I think. Yeah, we got the sub from Terminus Prim. Thank you and welcome, Terminus Prim, to Knighthood, and thank you once again for that sub. Appreciate that support. Yes, they're keeping 2-draw. They're essentially exploring the alternate timeline of Duelyst Beta, where it kept 2-draw. So Rasha's Curse breaks my Staff of Akir that I got off the Windshrike, and then they get the Dervish. My opponent is smorking me, but I'm literally running triple Mystic, triple Emerald Rejuvenator, and Amara Healer, so I'm pretty sure as soon as I get one of those cards, I win. Another Dune Caster. So they have to kill the Fireblaze Obelisk. Says, well played. I wonder why that is. I think 2-draw kind of works because triple Emerald gives so much neutral sustain. It could work. Yeah, I just need to get my hands on it. I'm literally not drawing any of my healing. Third Rasha's Curse. Come on. Really? Third Rasha's Curse? Third Dune Caster? Jesus, man. Ugh. Yeah, my opponent literally had the burn in hand and just said, well played. What a high roll. Does this game have a deck limit? Yeah, 40 cards. 39 cards plus your general. Your general's your 40th card. Draw 2 is a mistake to me, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll definitely see. Oh, there's my healing. A game late. The Crossbones I'm not really vibing with. I just needed another, like, 2-drop to kind of round out my early game, but it doesn't feel like it's doing a whole lot for me. No, the Dervish just disappears. It doesn't count as it dying. And as I said, in Duelyst, it's very, very likely that you're going to get bursted down from, like 12 HP or so. The 3-1 stat line does allow me to eat other 2-3s, which is, like, very welcome. We got the follow from Vival Handball. Thank you and welcome to the Knighthood Handball. We keep 2-draw. I wish the general HP would go up to 30. I wonder if they'll make a change like that. Because you have to remember, the game existed longer in 1-draw than it did 2-draw. So the new devs have their work cut out for them to, like, fully flesh out and understand this design space of 2-draw. Oh god, they're running a Twin Fang deck? I think that last game is while I wasn't replacing aggressively enough for healing. I probably could have stabilized. So I have Punch plus Bone Swarm. I can actually attack to take the 4 damage from Ragnara. Trade in my Healing Mystic to break the Twin Fang because that's 3.3 ticks of damage, and then heal it off with Rejuvenator. 2 draw is very good for aggro, yes. My opponent's threatening to ramp to 6 to hit me with War Beast, so I need to deny that mana to them by going like this. And then we summon the Emerald Rejuvenator here to box in my opponent from walking down to take this mana. Drawing more cards means you have more fuel, more tempo, more burn, more everything. It was one of the original, like, main reasons that the game switched to 1 draw, is because the game was just too aggressive. Wow, that was their whole turn? Goodness. They're running Twin Fang, so it's hard for me to know exactly what they're up to. The Dominate Will probably isn't a good keep. We're in the weird space of, oh, if I play a big thing, it gets killed by natural selection. I'll just do anti-War Beast positioning here. Again, my opponent's going up to 6 mana, and that's the turn they have Mechanictor War Beast. Yep, natural selection number 2. I'm fine with that. It reminds me of Pokemon with so much card draw. It's fine if you have silver bullet cards or cards that do nothing after the first turn. So they have Emerald Rejuvenator as well. Curious. Next turn we're on 7, so we could do Wind Strike, Fire Blaze. Pandora is actually really bad in this matchup because of Plasma Storm. The Twin Fang and the healing tells me this is a combo deck, so I don't know if I can actually, like, take the trades here. I'm gonna keep my health up. You have to, like, get... In Duelyst, you have to have very, very strong reads of what your opponent is up to. That's the 3rd natural selection, so now we're out of the woods. But again, playing a big thing on curve versus Magmar is not the wave. Is that Flash Elder? Oh, just Archon Spellbinder, okay. I'm still worried about Mechanictor War Beast, so I can't go for like a double Fire Blaze opening because it has 0 attacks, so the Mechanictor War Beast gets to attack it and not take any strike back damage. I could maybe pick up a Mara Healer here to try to run from this Archon, or Entropic Decay, actually. Ah, just Rasha's Curse, damn. I have 3 Entropic Decay in the deck. Really unfortunate. Okay, here's the line. I'm gonna play my Obelisk here, and maybe the Spellbinder takes the bait of attacking this instead of my face. That's the line. I'm sacrificing this to buy a turn. That's Duelyst right there. Flash Reincarnation, yeah, it got nerfed in the eventually so that it doesn't stack, where you could double Flash Reincarnation to discount the minion by 4. But in 2 draw, you're spending 2 cards to play one big thing, and if you're already behind, it typically doesn't win you the game. I don't know if it stacks in this version. Let me read the card. The next minion you play this turn costs 2 less, deals 2 to it when played. I'm not sure. Aha! They killed my Obelisk. It does stack? Thank you. Fractal Replication buffs, makes more Spellbinders, which buffs all of my spells. It increases their cost. This has Stony Suppressor's effect, but only for your opponent. So I have very balanced spells in hand right now. These are in like a really bad position, so I can kind of kite away and just maybe wear these down. So I guess I can, at the very least, do this. We attack you, Healing Mystic to heal our Shrike, so that our opponent can't just swing back into it. We can do Dancing Blades to deal a little bit of damage to that. And then run over here. And so now, again, my opponent has to take a risk of, do they clear my board, or do they keep bullying me with the Spellbinders? The triple natural selection, like, just lined up so well versus my hand. So now my opponent is, like, making a really big decision here about face or trade. What's the positional advantage look like? Maybe my stuff is too far out of range. If they just run this way and Ragnar runs this way, my stuff is kind of in a bad spot, right? So we'll see if my opponent recognizes that this positioning is actually kind of bad. My opponent's also thinking to themselves, okay, well, what kind of late game is my opponent packing? Yeah, see, they're going for Twin Fang. And War Beast, yeah, so they decided to go face. Spellbinder was overstated, yeah, way back in the day. It eventually got nerfed. It was like the only control unit. Oh, it was lethal with the Twin Fang. Damn. I got bursted from 25 there. Jesus Christ. But our, again, the triple natural selection just we got bodied. Versus Vitruvian. And we whiffed on Entropic Decay. Was the other thing. If we got Entropic Decay to answer the Spellbinder, we also would have been fine. Just really bad luck these last couple games, honestly, not getting our power cards. I'll keep the Blood Tier Alchemist to ping an egg down. But because in games of Duelyst, it's usually over by like 7-ish mana. That the Archon Spellbinder does need to kind of be like a house to summon for 7. I'm running it as well. I was just too far behind on tempo there. Well, I don't want to say behind on tempo. I just whiffed on my answer cards when I needed them. I drew I drew triple Dancing Blades. So I probably do need to cut the Dancing Blades. It hasn't done as well for me. My opponent's running range Sworn Avenger. Every time your general takes damage, Sworn Avenger gets +1 attack. We can hit that with the Siphon Energy to dispel it. Ooh, I like the Wind Shrike. I'm gonna move my Blood Tier Alchemist here to box out my opponent from going down to this mana, and play the Wind Shrike here, and then Siphon Energy, which is just a permanent hush. So my opponent has the option to trade into the Wind Shrike, or Sworn Avenger kills the Blood Tier Alchemist and Voth runs down to take this mana tile. Egg Morph? Wow, that's very good for me. Magmar is 4 mana Egg Morph. Transform a minion into an egg of itself. And then they just basically transform it into a 0/1 and kill it. So Using that on my 4-drop is very, very good for me. It's a pretty strong overreaction. I'm on 5 mana, so I can play Fire Blaze plus Healing Mystic this turn. I'm gonna mulligan the Rejuvenator. Oh, Crossbones is a better idea. When this dies, the next card your opponent plays costs 1 more. I'm just kind of experimenting with this to maybe slow my opponent down ever so slightly. I am a bit worried about Plasma Storm, but that's just the way of things. Flash War Beast is a big problem. I think that's the proper positioning for the Obelisk. We summon a Dervish at the start of the turn, so you have to strike a balance between putting an Obelisk in a safe spot, but also a kind of central spot where you still have use for it. Because I'm running down this way, my opponent wants to also run down towards me, go south, and fight. Ah, nice. And so, again, my opponent uses all of their turn answering the Obelisk rather than pressuring me. So I'm just using that as like a red herring to buy more time. And I might be able to get like a Mara Healer or something here on 6. Just Bone Swarm. These Crossbones, man. Like, it's good to have the 3-1, but it just feels like so low impact to me. I'm also playing around War Beast very, very well this game, if I do say so myself. He did show us a Sworn Avenger, so he has some sort of, like... I'm wondering if the ranged units are being run as, like, aggro forks, whereby using the threat of a ranged unit to force your opponent to stay close to you. Mechazor, what the hell? This has Veil, so I can't target it with spells. So I guess that's like chilling. Gonna hold the Blood Tier Alchemist. It's not worth giving them more value with the Mechazor. I mean the Mecantor Warbeast. Sometimes there has been precedent for running Chassis as just a good unit. A 4-mana 5/4 with Spell Shield can get you a lot of value. But because of Crossbones, my opponent had to pay 6 mana for it. So I guess maybe the Crossbones kind of popped off this game. Is Duelyst more summon and let them live like Krasmaga? Don't know if you tried it. Or more like do my bidding as I order minions where you control every single decision. You control all the minions. You control all your minions, absolutely. I played Krasmaga though. Secretly a very, very Galaxy Brain game too. So now, again, my opponent has to make the decision of, does Chassis go face? Does Chassis hit the Wind Strike? So they've shown us 2 Saberspine Tiger. This is, I think the range units are just for aggro fork. Another Avenger, yep. So I can use Rasha's Curse to summon a Dervish to deal 2 damage to the Chassis. And then I just have to find a way to deal with the Sworn Avenger. Entropic Decay only works on nearby minions that are nearby my general, so the Sworn Avenger is not going to work. So now I guess we just have to go face. Damn. And now that I want to go aggressive, playing around the War Beast becomes, like, impossible. If I want to go face this turn, that is. Because I could play the Rejuvenator here and just move 2 straight up. Because this 4/4 getting... actually, no, I have Staff of Akir. So if I don't attack, then Emerald Rejuvenator would live the War Beast because I'm at 4 attack. They would have to do punch, plus ping, and they don't have it for War Beast, I don't think. They have to be running Blood Tier. Ugh, I don't like it. I'm playing a control deck, I swear. Where's all my bombs? Yeah, that's true. Krasmaga was one of those mobile games with like really, really strong like gotcha level legendaries. Yeah, battle pets were the ones that were overstated for their cost, but then they moved automatically and stuff. Yeah, those were the battle pets. But your opponent could manipulate their AI to like trade into them really efficiently or minimize their impact. So like they never lived up to their potential. Because giving your opponent full reign of how to deal with this unit in the least headache way possible for them was not like a real threat. And there's the War Beast. As I said, by keeping the Staff of Akir up, the War Beast dies. I don't have to deal with the leftover body. My opponent's trying to set up a fork with the Sworn Avenger. They showed me the War Beast already. So I can play an Obelisk here to threaten the Sworn Avenger. And I think I just have to take the risk versus second War Beast here. Oh yeah, freaking Thunderhorn. What a card that was. You have to be very careful in Duelyst because the neutral cards are meant to just be like extra flavor and utility. Maybe to just let you synergize with a certain win condition a little bit more. Or like fill a hole of like some sort of missing thing that your faction doesn't typically have access to. And if there's and they're all pretty worse than faction cards by design, because good neutral cards just become 3/3 auto includes in every deck. Low impact cards. Dancing Blades. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Yeah, like Healing Mystic is a good one, where if you need healing, you gotta run it. I'm not sure. The current song is called Kick It Back. I can Entropic Decay the War Beast. I'm thinking if I just want to develop the Dancing Blades. I think I have to kill the Saberspine Tiger with it, though. Let me see. The threat of Sworn Avenger. 16, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8. I have to attack so that my Dancing Blades presents a lethal threat. 14 HP is dangerous. I'm in the danger zone here, chat. So my opponent can deal 6 here. So I'm down to 8. And, like, third War Beast with, like, Greater Fortitude or some sort of buff for the Sworn Avenger might be able to do it here. Mystic, the thing is that people play Mystic, Healing Mystic because especially in the core set, every faction just doesn't have enough 2-drops, enough meaningful 2-drops to run. Healing Mystic was like a core card for like the entire game's lifespan, it's true. So I'm kind of glad that they like reworked Crossbones into another 2-drop to choose from. The thing is that Emerald Rejuvenator used to be a 3 of auto-include for a lot of decks because of, used to be a 3 of auto-include because it would just heal, it was a 4/4 that heals you for 4. I've got 2, 3, 4. I need 1 more ping of damage. Oh, this is a tough decision. I know I gotta play the Amara Healer. I'm just thinking about how I want to do it exactly. Living on a prayer. There's the Staff of Akir. Oh, they had the Egg Morph. I'm glad I backed off then. I need to be running. I think I need to make a cut for like a copy of Star's Fury or something. I'm having a lot of trouble closing out games, and then my opponent just like sets something up and bursts me down. So my opponent's also very heavily hesitating on their move, so they don't necessarily have lethal either. They're thinking about how to clear all this stuff. They can use the Sworn Avenger to clear the Dancing Blades. Vindicator. Helm. God, the Sworn Avenger is so cheap, bruh. If they don't have a removal or a dispel for the Amara Healer, when it dies, it deals 5 to the enemy general. If they have third War Beast, then we die, because the War Beast can just deal its damage, and it'll kill me simultaneously before the Amara Healer procs. Yeah, they have it. Fuck. Ugh, I just couldn't deal with that second Sworn Avenger. I gotta put in Star's Fury. I need some other finisher. People are running that cheap shit. The Dancing Blades hasn't really been that good. The Dominate Will is fun, but maybe go up to 2 Siphon Energy. Cut a Crossbones. Yeah. I kind of wanted to just play towards, like, Amara Healer and, like, Pandora and stuff. But I kind of expected this. What's the Repulsor Beast for? It's like a 4th copy of Entropic Decay. If my opponent throws, like, Ironcliff Guardian at me or something. Ironically, I haven't played against, like, nearly any Lionar. It's all been Magmar, Songhai, and Abyssian, mostly. Like, Vanar and Lionar are the 2 least played factions that I've gone up against. Super weird, in my opinion. I feel like they're strong. I'm gonna keep Amara Healer versus Abyssian. They can't deal with it as cleanly. What's up with all the Mechazord today? That's wild. Oh, I actually should have kept the Bone Swarm to play around Helm. Cannon of Mechazor. This is like the 4th Mechazor deck in a row. I can only imagine if it was not reworked to be an opening gambit. Wraithling Swarm. Mm-hmm. I can keep Entropic Decay. I'm just going to play the Crossbones here to deny that mana to my opponent. Dark Sacrifice into... For 4 mana, this is like... Oh, wow. Chassis? Jesus. So, again, this is Veil, so I can't target it with spells. So I can't just use Entropic Decay to eat that. So I guess I just do Punch, Punch, Heal. No, probably Punch, Punch, Shrike. How viable is Control in Duelyst? I was doing well with it yesterday, but after a little bit more time, it looks like players are being just a touch more efficient with their cards. I don't think I'm replacing properly either. What defines a control deck? Basically, something that aims to, like, survive and start dropping big bombs, like, around on, like, mana 6 and mana 7. We've got good tools like, like Plasma Storm and stuff. I think that the aggro stuff is just so strong and so easy to build that players just aren't building it. People, like, they're, like, Control doesn't get as much experimentation, right? I'm gonna wait on the Amara Healer. Just keep the Wraithlings cleared. try to play around stuff like Deathfire Crescendo. I have a couple copies of Siphon Energy in here, yeah. I probably should be running Ephemeral Shroud, maybe, instead of the Crossbones. I've been looking for a new 2-drop. Helm puts them at 80. They need one more mech to die. Siphon Energy doesn't actually deal with Mechazor, though. We'll see if we can go aggressive from here. We've got 2, 3, 4. That's second Demonic Lure. And again, when you throw a unit into a corner, it takes it like 4 turns to walk back over to where the fight is going. Does Mechazor get automatically... I actually haven't seen Mechazor summoned yet. Does it just get created on the space? His sacrifice for game knowledge? Oh, God. I think it does add it to your hand. Yeah, I think that's what it might be. I think I might be able to just heal up and go for the throat if I ignore the sword. Oh my god, ritual banishing again, bruh. Yeah, sorry, Paranoia. I'm like so focused on this game because it's super hard. I definitely gotta narrate a little bit more. So I'm gonna replace the Dominate Will. Mechazor is ranged and has Veil, so it can't be targeted by spells. So I just kind of got to run at it. You can see here the Amara Healer is just out of the game. I'm on a 2-turn clock, 7+7. Could maybe buy myself another turn with Healing Mystic or Emerald Rejuvenator. Anything big I summon, Mechazor is just going to shoot. Does he still have Force Field? Yeah, they changed Force Field to Veil. Cannot be targeted by spells. Both mine and my opponents. So, like, they can't buff Mechazor and then have it deal extra damage. You can see here you're allowed to move through your own friendly units. Shadow Nova? You're running Mechazor and Shadow Nova? Jesus Christ. What kind of a deck is that? My deck must be trash if I'm losing all this stuff. What Shadow Nova does is it creates a 2x2 grid. It creates a 2x2 like area of the board of Shadow Creep tiles, and then they deal 4 damage to whatever's standing in that fort. So they basically paid 8 mana, deal 4 to win. Wow, buck wild. Yeah, Mechazor, when it eventually got worked into being, like, actually having additional support, it was quite strong. I mean, my opponent just had, like, the double Ritual Banishing and the Demonic Lure. I think what it is my deck just that Vitruvian deck just plays too many big things on curve. So if my opponent just has cheap removal, we just lose. Lasting Judgment's great in the mirror. Holy Immolation's a great card, but I need it to come back to me later. I want, like, Silverguard Knight or something. There we go. Zohan's an OG player. We got the follow from Corrupt Paranoia. Thank you and welcome to the Knighthood. Beam Shock. 0 mana, stun. Okay, we'll play the Silverguard Knight. End turn. We can't move or attack when we're stunned. So now Zohan just gets to walk up, play second Beam Shock. What the hell, I guess I should say. Do I keep the Lasting Judgment? We'll maybe replace one Arclight Regalia. This is some cheese. Oh, for sure. I can walk forward, magnetize my own Silverguard Knight in front of me, and then equip Arclight Regalia. It's still stunned, so I can't attack with it, but it's just locking Zohan down. Beam Shock is kind of OP. I think that it kind of went overlooked in the previous beta. I was talking to the devs yesterday about it. That Beam Shock might actually be a little bit OP because you draw 2 cards at the end of your turn. I think that it is viable. Zohan, I think, is actually playing Wizard Brome. It's an ancient forbidden archetype. That's Beam Shock number 3. Okay, we're out of the woods. This might be like a Beam Shock Lore Master Aerial Rift kind of deck. This might actually be like Studlock Brome. I've moved 2 squares this game, chat. Please send help. Hang on. I'm thinking about where I want to summon this Ironcliff Guardian. I guess here is best. I probably don't need the Lasting Judgment. I'm going to replace the Lasting Judgment. Yes, yes. Exclamation point Duely in the chat. Go, go, go. Go click. Go click, go play. Server test. Full collection unlocked. Reworked core set cards. A circle of life. It's Wizard Bro. What a hero. No shot. You aren't going to be able to play. Oh my god. This is hysterical to me, by the way. Just absolutely hysterical. I think we just play Archon Spellbinder. Or am I supposed to punch and Holy Immolate? I forget if you can counterattack when stunned. I believe you can. I believe you do still counterattack when you're stunned. Yes, you do. Because they for Ice Shatter Gauntlet, they like changed the wording for Ice Shatter Gauntlet specifically to prevent the counterattack when stunned. Yes, this alpha is running till August 1st. It's just a server test. Tempest. It's a Regalia. We don't need Zen Rui in this matchup. The sad thing is like, I'm the only player playing Lionar, which is probably this deck's worst matchup. No, you ain't the only one. I have not. This is like only the second Lionar player I've played against. I've been playing against nothing but like Songhai and Abyssian and stuff like that. And Magmar. What? How can Wizard Lionar win? What's the win con? It's just trying to remove everything, and I think you eventually set up like Grandmaster Zir. I don't know if that's like, the thing is Wizard Brome was like a secret forbidden archetype that was being developed in the shadows, like in Discord calls and like in the forums, and eventually it got figured out with enough support, but there's not enough support for it in the current meta, I don't think. You think they'll bring back Trinity Oath? Absolutely love that card for the Arcanist. Oh, Trinity Wing. Probably. It might get reworked. I'm really wondering how they're gonna do Arcanists, because Arcanists were like absolutely broken back when like they released bonus Arcanists, like Azure Summoner or whatever it was called. Oh yeah, this was like before I built Control Vitruvian. This was the first deck I built. Suddenly I'm going second all the time. Ooh, can I get away with Archon Spellbinder? Blue Conjurer, that was the thing. Oh my god. What a card. What a fiesta that card was. Basically, Blue Conjurer was like Heimerdinger that you could main deck. And it was like a 5-mana 3/8 or something. It was like it was a tanky boy. I'm just going to play the Silverguard Knight on the center tile here to prevent, like, Gravity Well type Jones. Con Artist, been a while. How's Runeterra been? Current meta is rough. This beta is well-timed. Breath of fresh air. What's the control region? On average, Magmar and Vitruvian were most known for their control decks. Vanar eventually became like the king of control, but not with this set of cards. They had like several expansions worth of support to become a control faction. Vanar didn't start out as a control faction. It eventually became one when it got enough support. Heart Sister. Oh, that's spicy. So, Silverguard Knight loses to attack when it's not touching your general, so they swapped it and cleared it. Very, very cool. Magnetize is going to be pretty good in this archetype, I think, with Heart Sister. I don't care. I'll keep the Zen Rui. I want to play Arclight Regalia. I guess I attack and then Regalia is the play. Good to hear it. How's Duelyst been feeling? Yesterday was good. today. I'm getting burned like a mofo. Lots of Mechazor. Yeah, Vanar is really good as just like utility mid-range. I think with like the new Draugr Lord, they still have access to oh, missed out on some healing there. With like they still have Razorback. I wonder if there's anything better I could take with the Zen Rui. Or if I just want to play second Arclight Regalia and punch. This is honestly just a really good hand, so I think I just Arclight Regalia punch. I don't know if Con Artist is doing like Spirit of the Wild things, so stepping down like this to be central is a mistake versus Vanar, because they infiltrate onto your side and start setting up shenanigans. Yeah, so Con Artist backed off, so definitely not a not an infiltrate deck. I could Spellbinder to take the Wisp. I could have positioned a bit more aggressively by running this way to kill the Wisp, but again, just keeping my general central allows me to run up to cut off Fae. Right? Like, the positioning here is actually very spooky. Yeah, I got smoked by Solifid yesterday. Solifid's like one of the OG top players who was on Vanar yesterday when we were playing. And very, very cool Vanar deck. A lot of walls, Draugr Lord, aspects, blah, blah. I should honestly be playing some Vanar. Because I was an old Vanar main. Yeah, Con Artist says, yeah, Vanar's been the least tested. I agree. Tempo, Lionar, and Songhai seem so far to be ladder toppers. Yeah. Yup. Good old Tuskbore. Oh, Hailstone Prison. Dude, Spellbinder stats are crazy, yeah. It has to be, because, like, I just played a 6-drop that got answered for 2 mana. Con Artist doing a really good job of clearing through these Arclight Regalias. Hailstone Prison? Huh. Oh, yeah, that's right. Because of the Spellbinder's effect, it's 3 mana. Part of me victorious. Balanced interaction. My mistake. But yeah, I'm just doing Lionar things at Con Artist. My hand is full. Keeper of the Veil. Was this some sort of like Keeper of the Veil, like Wisp, Hyper Ramp thing? How you feeling about the removal of BBS? I'm just glad no Heart Seekers are rippers. I guess I just... If I get a 2-drop or a 3-drop, I win with... I need a 2-drop. Just Martyrdom. Dang. I needed a cheap unit I can combine with my Holy Immolation. When is the open beta? Sometime in the fall is what the devs are aiming for. We got fall from V the G. Thank you and welcome to the Knighthood V. Oh, what the hell? Do you see that? I'm like, damn it. Wow. What the damn hell? No. Be gone, demon. Oh my god, I broke my webcam by trying to adjust my lighting. Did I die? Oh. I heard a sound. My god. Oh, sick! Healing Mystic, Hailstone Prison, Healing Mystic to get a little bit more healing. Very well played. Do I have lethal? I can Zen Rui to take the Healing Mystic so I can move through it. What the? I don't know. Why is this resetting? Stop it. Hang on, I'm trying to fix my camera on the fly. Just streamer things. Alright, that'll have to do. Yeah, Mechazor Undying Wish. You Zen Rui my... And, okay, yeah, we win, finally. Very weird deck. I feel like if this game had upgraded art, it would be huge. I mean, the pixel art was, like, part of, like, the original appeal, in my opinion. If you like pixel art, Duelyst is, like, so good. And some people just don't like pixel art. Like, even very classic games that have pixel art are getting, like, remasters to, like... And they put, like, a smoothing filter on the pixel art. It's just a boomer thing. Where you need to, it's like a certain level of nostalgic appreciation for pixel art in general. Yeah, so you know what I'm talking about, Illumia. Like all the old Final Fantasy games that are getting ported. And like Tactics Ogre. What card would you recommend for a control? What cards would you recommend for a control deck in this game? We could try to build like Control Magmar. Actually, I did build Control Magmar yesterday. Having the entire collection unlocked does make it a little bit harder to deck build because there's just so much stuff to choose from. They should have maybe included like some pre-built like budget decks into the deck builder. But this was like my kind of Control Magmar that I built yesterday. I'm trying to run that control. Because I knew that, GG Scarzig, good to see you again. Yo, GG's Plasmor. I'm trying to just test the viability of slower decks in a 2-draw environment. I know that I think starter decks exist as a concept, but for the network test, we don't. I'm just going to keep the Mechantor Warbeast. Because versus Vitruvian, it just makes their obelisks so bad. It makes them a huge liability. We play 2-drop, ramp to 4-drop, take control of center. Veteran Silithar eventually got nerfed to be like a 4-3 or something, I remember. Yeah, aggro is just so good in this game. It's really obscene. So we're playing the Silithar back here rather than forward, because if my opponent has like 3 attack from the ephemeral, plus 2 attack from the general, plus a ping to clear the egg, then the veteran Silithar will die. I don't want to give them that value. because Obelisk buffs your dervishes by +1 attack. So what their spawn next turn will be a 3 attack unit. They're going to eat my healing mystic. Do I want the Rejuvenator? I'll keep the Rejuvenator. I'm assuming that my opponent's playing aggro. I'm just going to assume that. What are the fundamentals to deck build in Duelyst? How many 2-drops? The staples? Can you run from meta? For Duelyst, you want at least 9. Like 9 2-drops is the bare minimum for early game. You usually want between like 10 and 12 2-drops to consistently hit that opener and like be able to just spam out your units. Usually you have like your staple spells from your faction, and that'll take up like another 9 to 12 slots of your deck, and the rest are units is usually the way to go. If you have a generically good artifact in your region, something like Arclight Regalia, something like Spectral Blade, you'll run like 2 copies of that, and then you fill out the rest with like techs from the neutral regions and stuff of that nature. So I can kill the Fireblaze Obelisk, hit the Wind Dervish, and then heal with Emerald Rejuvenator. I'm definitely happy with that. I'm just thinking about my positioning here. My opponent's going to be on Star's Fury next turn. So I can try to minimize Star's Fury a little bit by just playing Rejuvenator in front of me like this. And we've got... I guess I don't want the Earth Sphere. And we've got double War Beast coming up. Oh yeah, they have Legacy Scion's Second Wish. They have Pot of Greed. Scion's Second Wish and Scion's Third Wish were spells that got changed a ton. They got changed around a ton. So it's like they have to think of a 4th new idea for Second Wish. I guess it's there for like hyper aggro Zoo Vitruvian. Lord have mercy, it's Portal Guardian. Yeah, First Wish was chill. So Portal Guardian has Frenzy, so when it attacks in an AoE around itself. And then it's just it's a fat boy, but I get to hit him with the Dougie here. Third Wish Vitruvian was once unbeatable. That was a Laser Cat, right? Was the Third Wish? Or was that the give 3 allies +3/+3? We were looking at some of the old versions of Third Wish on the wiki when I did a stream a couple days ago, kind of just explaining like how busted certain things used to be. This is a really bad matchup for Vitruvian. Vitruvian v Magmar has always been kind of lopsided because Mercantor Warbeast is just so strong. They eventually added a tech card to Vitruvian that allowed them to punish Warbeast, and it completely flipped the matchup on its head because suddenly you playing a Warbeast became a huge liability. Oh, thanks, Pip. Yep, I got the cake and the cupcakes. Heidi brought me a White Claw. This is Black Cherry White Claw. Please drink responsibly. What was the tech card? It was called, oh god. I forget the name of it. It was called, like, something Mirage, where it would allow you to create 2 copies of an enemy unit. So you would use, it was called something Superior Mirage. Yes, Real Bob. Thank you. And you would use Superior Mirage to create copies of your opponent's Warbeast, and then just, like, cuck them with it. Oh, I get to keep my Veteran Zilithar, Pog. We play that fat conga line. We'll keep the Mind Steal for memes. I'll do it for you, chat. Superior Mirage had a lot of cool ideas. Basically, imagine if Dawn and Dusk could also hit enemy stuff. It was just busted. It was so mean. Yeah, we have Mirage Master. It's 4 mana. Which is shady character from Runeterra. But because you can't make it fizzle, it's cool. My egg! Veteran Silithar is a house. This is a brick house, let me tell you. Even dispelled, it doesn't become an egg anymore, but it's still a 4/5. It's so so busted. All right, so we've got 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. We just need a little bit more juice. And we keep Eggmore for Amara healer. We're literally just going to War Beast them this turn. I should have summoned the War Beast here to kill the Ephemeral Shroud. I take 2 damage for no reason. Dervish archetype is pretty fun, but in the base set, the obelisks are a little bit too easy to handle. And so they needed more dervishes. Like, not just the ephemeral dervishes that are created, but like main deck units that are dervishes. So, yeah, it's lethal. They had to play the Shield Master in front to stop the War Beast from walking forward like that, but it didn't really matter. We just did Magmar things at them and they died. Yeah, Star's Fury, definitely a very powerful card. All right, let's, I built this Vanar deck yesterday and I wasn't super confident in it. I was like trying to do Vesper stuff. Maybe we do want to run Borean Bear. Maybe like Jack's True Sight. Cut a Dancing Blades. Cut the Blazing Spines. And in Duelyst, you can't put more than 40 cards in your deck and then cut away like I like to do in Runeterra, which is a shame. I wish I could just take Solifid's deck from the other day. Yeah, I definitely gotta play more Vanar. Hamster God. That name strikes a bell. That rings a bell. Razorback. Hearth Sister might be good to deal with something in the back line. This is a hard mulligan. Because, like, Razorback is good if I get other cards, but mulliganing for those cards is also important. And if I mulligan like this in Brick, I just get screwed over. So I think I do have to just, oof. What's Vanar's playstyle / wincon again? I haven't touched it yet. It's basically just you use high utility to just like outplay your opponent, and then you eventually win with Razorback. You play Razorback after you get a wide board. This is some sort of aggro monstrosity with the Tusk Boar. I don't think I'm running Mystic. or healing, so I have to be very, very cautious. I can't believe they put 3/3 Tuskboar back in this game. When this card was in the game, like, everybody hated it. It was, like, very, very hotly debated on whether or not it was actually, like, broken. The walls do run a lot of interference. There's Lantern Fox. And they are running Heartseeker. We have Hearthsister to beat the Heartseeker. Borean Bear is also a good pickup. We get the follow from Animan Master. Thank you and welcome to the Knighthood Master. Board control and positioning for advantage, yeah. So we Hearthsister to kill the Heartseeker. I kind of got to deal with this Lantern Fox, though. So I guess we just walk away from the Lantern Fox. Do that, clear the Heartseeker, Borean Bear. My opponent's hand is pretty full. It's hard for them to take advantage of the Phoenix Fires. They can, like, use the Lantern Fox to hit the Hearthsister, Phoenix Fire, and kill the Borean Bear, maybe. Yeah, for Vanar, you've got to plan ahead a lot. Because you don't have, like, just cards that are very, very strong on curve outside of, like, maybe Fenrir Warmaster and stuff. A lot of your cards have to work together to become good. So, like, your individual plays aren't as impactful. And one of the things that originally attracted me to Vanar was because they were so weak in the beta. Like, they were hands down D tier. Nobody played them. But if you look, like, my first, like, Duelyst series on YouTube was, I think it was called, like, Vanar Versus or something, where I was just, like, one-tricking Vanar and, like, coming up with, like, different decks and stuff. Maybe I'll look and try to rebuild some of those old decks just for shits and giggles. We have Hailstone Prison to kill the Four Winds Magi because their hand is full, so we definitely have to go for that. I'm kind of zoned out by this Lantern Fox because if it gets to attack me, they get another Phoenix Fire. And I can't kill it. I guess I could Chromatic Cold the Lantern Fox to finish it off, and they lose out on that value. Voice of the Wind is a good one. Yeah. I don't like it too much. But I'm going to adopt, like, a really defensive position here. Because what the Borean Bear does is it forces my opponent into, like, a weird fork. And my opponent's trying to do the same with this backline stuff. I've got Hearthsister in order to clear the Heartseeker. The Four Winds Magi, I think, is a bigger threat. But I don't have enough attack power. I would have to use Razorback in order to clear the Four Winds Magi. Because my opponent's going on to 6 mana with a full hand, keeping the Four Winds Magus, pardon me, up is really sus. Let's mulligan Aspect of the Mountain. Damn. See, the Borean Bear used to get buffed by summoning Vespers, but now it gets buffed by summoning Walls. So, like, without certain cards, the Borean Bear becomes very bad. And I have to, like, jump through hoops with a 2-card combo to deal with this win con. And take 4 damage in the process. And also leave a Heartseeker up. Wonder if this is a mask deck. I'm playing the Razorback here to block Kalios from running away from me, and playing more Heartseekers and 4 Winds Magi. Probably a Phoenix Fire to remove that, yep. Mist Dragon Seal, god damn it. I saw Broken Ball tweet, why did they nerf Mist Dragon Seal to 2 mana, and that's why. Now they have a 2/2 in the corner with range. And Tuskboar. Yeah, now that it's been a little bit where we're starting to see the cracks in terms of balance. Jack's True Sight will help. Maybe I can start kiting towards Jack's True Sight Razorback. It depends if I have, like, Killing Edge or something. Jesus, of course. There goes my 5-drop. Another Tuskboar. Oh, man. I'm so glad I had so much fun yesterday, because this is not bueno. Now they have a 6/4 in the corner. Chromatic Cold. Nope. GG. Ugh. You can see, like, I just got forked really, really hard. Like, you don't have enough, like, mana and resources to, like, deal with all of their stuff consistently. Yeah, so I definitely need 3rd Chromatic Cold. We didn't get Fenrir, which would have really helped. Voice of the Wind is just kind of bad. I remember, oh my god, I forgot about this combo. Oh my god, hang on. Remember this combo? I just remembered it existed. This is what Vanar used to do to people. This is what Vanar used to do to people. You run Veil Hunter. It's a 2-drop, 1/2 with ranged. And you run that shit with Mark of Solitude. Give a minion, cannot attack generals, it becomes a 5/5. I remember this? Oh my god, hang on. Hang on. I'm unlocking some ancient locked away memories here, chat. We're about to break Vanar wide open. This is not balanced. We're about to do it to him, chat. We're about to play a 5/5 ranged unit on turn 2 and just win the game. See, everybody in chat's like, oh shit, I forgot about this ancient lore. Do we have to run cryogenesis just to, like, be able to, like, answer things? Did Mogwai or I put that on YouTube first? I wonder. I don't remember who put it on YouTube first, but Mark of Solitude's secretly kind of broken. But here's the thing. Secret tech, if you silence a Mark of Solitude unit, it stays as a 5/5. It would lose ranged, but it still gets to stay alive as a 5/5. We can run Gravity Well, I guess Snow Chaser. And then we got to fill everything out with neutral cards. Oh, we want Aspect of the Fox. Yeah. I think we whiffed on Aspect of the Fox that last game, too. Really unfortunate. Put in the Healing Mystic. Jaxi is probably just toxic enough for us to run. We can run a couple Emerald Rejuvenators. Jack's True Sight is probably what we really want. Are we supposed to be the zoo? Yeah, Jaxi doesn't put a mini Jax in the corner anymore. It summons a mini Jax on the space that it dies. So it's kind of like a 2-mana 2/1 with like Rebirth. It summons another thing that your opponent has to clean up or else you snowball the game off of it. So it's like a nice speed bump. I'd like to maybe put in one more Jack's True Sight, but But with good replacing, we'll probably see it by the time we need it. I'm not sure if this is viable, but we'll run it. Yeah, I've only seen Purgatos played once. Out of context, the Purgatos reworked looks super busted, but didn't really see play. I always disliked playing neutral cards. They felt like filler cards and only faction with no good cards used. There must be a viable faction. Yeah, that's exactly their point, Julian. That's what they're supposed to do. Yeah, I'll keep the Snow Chaser. We get Ephemeral Roarmaster on turn 1. Plus Snow Chaser, potentially. Whenever there was good, like, playable neutrals, they just became 3/3 auto-includes for everybody. It was really, really toxic. So what's nice here is that we get to play... My opponent didn't develop, so we get to play Snow Chaser Fenrir. And Snow Chaser gets to cross over onto enemy territory in order to get its Infiltrate bonus, so that when it dies, it comes back to our hand. I cannot wait to get to play Oaken the Nematon, hopefully. All the archetypes I loved in Vanar, like Vespers and etc., never got support until like much later expansions. So maybe they can front load a little bit of that tribal synergy with like Golems and Sirocco and like Vespers and stuff. Void Hunter, what the hell? I did play against an opponent that was running Spelljammer before. Don't mind if I do. I can go for tempo and do like Punch Mystic. I can kill the Void Hunter. They lose out on 1 card draw. Very low tempo though. I'll get rid of Aspect of the Fox. Ooh, Jaxi. We got the pressure now. So I can move the Snow Chaser here, play Jaxi here, move here, punch there, Healing Mystic on the mana tile to heal my face. Then we hit with the Snow Chaser. Then we can have our 1 mana to resummon the Snow Chaser. And then we use Ghost Wolf. Oh god, we're playing tempo. This is how Vanar had to be played back in the beta. You didn't have... Literally, Vanar could not play control until like 2 or 3 expansions later. It was the only like faction that had no late game. And also because you auto-lost to Jack's True Sight because you don't have AoE. Decks would literally just run Jack's True Sight and bully you. Whenever people played Vanar in tournaments, you would sideboard Jack's True Sight, swap it in, and then they auto-lost on turn 6. We didn't get neutral AoE until Blistering Scorn was released like a couple expansions later. And Vanar eventually got a new AoE spell called Frostburn. Is this the new Duelyst? Yes, it is. Coco Mango. I'm getting like slapped around today though. People are like playing much more efficiently, playing much more aggressively. So the control decks I built are proving to be just a bit too slow. New Duelyst is real. A lot of people can't believe it. It is the 2-draw beta version. Yes, that is correct. Lantern Fox, Blood Rage Mask. They end their turn, draw 2 cards, and I Hailstone Prison the Lantern Fox to cut off that value. Two-mana Vengeance. Ripperoni. We attack with our Snow Chaser. We attack with Jaxi, so we get a mini Jax. Just keep going face. Put Veil Hunter there. Ooh, actually, I should have stepped my general down for the Snow Chaser bonus. And now my opponent could have, like, Ghost Lightning here. Let me tell you, the Veil Hunter plus Mark of Solitude combo was, like, the first broken thing that we found for Vanar. No Bloodbound spell? Oh my god, bro. I couldn't imagine even playing this aggressive meta with, like, having to deal with, like, infinite Heart Seekers and, like, Rippers and stuff. Oh my god, it would be way worse. Tuskbore! Kill the ranged units! I thought Riva was gonna hit here and then Tuskbore hits here. But they're doing Inner Focus on the Tuskbore to kill both my ranged units. Ah, I see. Because they don't want to take any damage on their general. So we've got 2, 4, 6, 8. We have lethal. You can't even Bloodbound spell when you're so tight on mana. And then draw 2. It's true. Yeah, because Bloodbound spells were added to offset the new lack of card draw. We did a tempo, chat. Unbelievable. To be fair, my opponent didn't have an opening play. We hit 3-drop, 1-drop. But that's what it's all about. I was thinking that, you know, it's not completely off the table that Bloodbound spells won't come back in some way. Because Bloodbound spells were really important for, like, enabling Abyssian, for example. Tempo Argion. But I would maybe like to see Bloodbound spell. Maybe you get like 1 or 2 charges that you can use the entire game. But even then. Oh yeah, Warbird. Jesus Christ, Warbird. Yo, Liam, let's go. We've got the Forbidden Gravity Well Snow Chaser opening. Oh, we've also got Fenrir. I go Magmar and Unga Bunga with my hero that has unbreakable bracelets. Oh yeah, Overload on Voth would be super funny. But I know the dev team said that they might take the effects of the Bloodbound spells and put them on units or something, right? Like if it's a card that you have to run in your deck. No, it's cool, Liam. You can chill in chat and listen to my thought process. Oh no. I always hated when I had to play Heart Sister on 2. It feels so bad to lose out on such a powerful opening gambit. I can put the Snow Chaser in play. If I don't take the mana, my opponent's going to. So I've got to go 1, 2, 3, 4. Snow Chaser. And so Snow Chaser gets to threaten the general's face and be resummoned. We've got Ephemeral Warmaster. Does anybody have an Astral Phasing Starfire Scarab deck? Oh lord. Honestly, just run it. Just run 3 Starfire Scarab and like 2 Astral Phasing with just the rest of the good cards. In the base set, there wasn't like, not in like the way in Runeterra where like an archetype has a batch of dedicated cards that you run specifically for that archetype. In Duelyst, you're running just like a good shell, and then your like idea or your win condition only takes up like maybe 6 or maybe 7 cards of your deck. Oh man, the blazing spines. Okay. You get a nice trade here. Mark of Solitude on one of my walls is kind of cheeky. Mark of Solitude, like, they have Chromatic Cold, so, like, setting it up on a Veil Hunter isn't going to be as good. Maybe I do Mark of Solitude. Kill one of these spines. Just 2 mana, eat both of these. That's if I want to play Ephemeral Warmaster and Snow Chaser. Let's try to be a bit greedy with it, I think. Because there is a world where Liam can't take this mana crystal, and I might be able to greed it and ramp into like Jack's True Sight or something and just win the mirror. Glacial Elemental could be worth. You just have to hit it. You know what I mean? Like, nobody's running like AoE, so you can do like Glacial Elemental Bone Chill Barrier. We just don't have as strong of Vesper payoffs outside of like Drawgru Lord. And you just fall too far behind on tempo on your way up to that part of the curve. I could maybe try to build a more dedicated like Vanar pile with more healing, but playing tempo just, you know, plays to our strengths a bit more, where we have tempo plus massive utility. And by spamming more cards, we draw more cards, we see more cards, so we get access to like our really busted stuff like Ephemeral Warmaster. Ooh, they broke out of jail. Hopefully we get Jax. Veil Hunter. Double Ephemeral Warmaster is very tempting, though. I guess we just do this. We play Warmaster here. No. I've got to move here. Then we play Warmaster here. So we do Veil Hunter and Snow Chaser. And so we have the Veil Hunter in a very strong spot, about to go into the corner. Snow Chaser still infiltrated, so when it dies, it comes back to our hand. And then we've got War Master as a nice enforcer here in the middle of the board. Has access to the General's Face, the Frigid Spines. Maybe we clear. We can tank this Snow Chaser. All very good. All very good right now. We're like in this weird limbo because when you're playing against Vanar, you're not sure what level of jank they're running, so it becomes very difficult to play around everything. And by playing a ranged unit on my opponent's side, it forces them to come to me and play towards this side. And if I'm running Spirit of the Wild, Liam is going to get cooked. It's Schrodinger's Spirit of the Wild, which is, for those you don't remember, is like a rally, but only works on the units that you have on your opponent's side of the board, your opponent's starting side of the board. So the center column and everything that I started from doesn't count, but this like field, this rectangle here, is the danger zone. Oh, Hearth Sister! Rip Veil Hunter. We hardly knew ye. Another Hearth Sister. Rip Snow Chaser. It's not infiltrated anymore, so it doesn't come back to our hand. We hardly knew ye. Alright, so I can combo Veil Hunter plus Mark of Solitude. If I do that, I'm vulnerable to, like, Aspect of the Fox, which I don't like. That's all three of my opponent's Hearth Sisters. I can do Punch Punch, set up a second Veil Hunter. Now that it's less likely that they can deal with it. Second Ephemeral War Master is kind of good. That is true. Without Bloodbound spell, you don't know. You don't know what archetype your opponent is. And when Vey had Warbird, they would run a deck like this, but also just run away from you, and it forced you to like play on top of them at all times. I think that's the line I want to go for. Replace last Lamau. I need to start replacing like very heavily for Jack's True Sight so I can just win. What do you mean, El Rado Man? What do you mean, why? I missed what you're asking. I mean, Snow Chaser is kind of like the one drop you want for like your Aspect of the Mountain plays. That's typically what people would do, is that Snow Chaser is kind of just like an annoying chip damage thing in the early game, and then later in the game you can do like Snow Chaser, Aspect of the Mountain, kind of like a Holy Immolation kind of thing. I've been having fun with Vesper Swarm since no one's really running heavy AoE or Dispel. Yeah, Sticks, that's what I gotta get back on. I played against Solifid, who was on it. And I ended up just building like this really cheesy Repulsor! Oh my god, you're running Hearth Sister and Push Dog? You animal, how could you? I can't do my cheesy combo with the Mark of Solitude. Alright, well, I'll Chromatic Cold the Ephemeral War Master, so that way they don't get the Ghost Wolf. And we'll clean that up. That's a bit of an inefficient trade. I maybe could have used my General. Taken some damage since I have Rejuvenator and stuff. So, really inefficient by me there. Surely my opponent can't displace my units any further. If we can get some stuff to stick, the Razorback is actually very, very good. If my opponent plays anything big, we've got Hailstone Prison, we've got Mark of Solitude. Avalanche! Oh my god. Not like this. Avalanche. Deal 4 damage to units on your starting side of the battlefield and stun them. You scallywag. You scallywag. Oh my god. Let me think. I guess we just keep looking for the Jack's True Sight. I guess I can daisy chain like double Mystic. And Razorback. I think I just have to keep pushing and spamming. Eventually I'll hit, you know, Jack's True Sight and win, but I just have to put threat in play. Yeah. Once you get hit by the first avalanche because it stuns you, you get hit. I clicked on the second healing mystic rather than my face. Oh god, misclick. Missed 2 HP of healing. Rip me. This seems like an annoying mirror since you have a lot of answers for yourself. The mirror is definitely cracked. Dancing Blades. Oh god. At least no second avalanche. Okay, I think we got it now. Alright, we've got Hearth Sister. Hang on. It's almost lethal. We just need, oh wait, we just Hailstone Prison and win, yeah. Get that spine out of the way. There we go. Damn, we didn't get to do our combo. Man, I'm hard stuck silver. Somebody said help. Let's see if we can build Vespers, though. If we can just run like OG Vesper spam. GG's, Liam. GG's. We're running Kara. Let's just search it in the bar. Vesper. This is like how you build it. You search Vesper, and then you add everything in. Do we run Arctic Displacer? Is Rhino not a Vesper? Rip. You didn't get to Boundless Courage Frosthorde Rhino? Is today the last day of Duelyst? No, there's 31 days in July, right? And it goes until, like, August 1st, like, sometime in the morning. Do we run triple Frostfire? Could be cracked. Then we run a couple Aspect of the Fox, Hailstone Prison, Hearth Sister, Chromatic Cold, Razorback. Maybe not 3 Drug Lord. That seems excessive. Maybe only 1 Voice of the Wind as well. Let's just run Gravity Well, because of the Borean Bear scales with walls and not actually Vespers. I know if I don't run Aspect of the Fox, I'm going to regret it. Let's cut a Frostfire for 3rd Aspect of the Fox. And Got a lot of 2-drops. No healing mystics, which feels kind of sus. We got to play very defensively with no healing. Maybe cut a cryo. We can run an aspect of the mountain. Get that nice AoE in there. We'll play deck 3. Are we supposed to be running Spirit of the Wild in this deck? Hang on before the Q pops. Maybe 1 Spirit of the Wild. Probably cut a Razorback. Because we aren't running Jax. It's like once you get baited into Spirit of the Wild, you start running stuff like Rhino. It's hard to say. But the thing about Duelyst is you just have to play like whatever harebrained idea you have in order to cope. Gravity Well's very strong going second, especially if we hit Borean Bear. There it is. Let's go. Are you running Prismatic? Yo, where are people getting Prismatics from? So they can kill 2 Gravity Wells, and the Windblade Adept is like Sag. Oh, that one's from Level Ups? Oh, so Kieran's been spamming that Lionar. Oh man, this is actually pretty hard with the Gravity Well. Let's do boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Ugh. I don't want Borean Bear to trade into the Windblade Adept. I'm gonna play super defensively with the Borean Bear. We've got Hailstone Prison. That's our lifeline in this matchup versus like Ironcliff Guardian and stuff. You get the follow from Arsharn. Asharn, thank you and welcome to the Knighthood, Asharn. So my opponent's actually going south to clean up these Gravity Wells. Damn, that's rough. We get the follow from Not Bad. Thank you and welcome to the Knighthood, Not Bad. The Borean Bear, I guess I just got to get some value out of it now before it's too late. I thought it was kind of weird that Borean Bear, like, the way they changed it to scale off of walls. Because it's like, it used to just get, it wasn't like a modular, like, just dynamic attack scaling. It would gain +1 extra attack for each Vesper you summoned. So you would play it as like it was like a 2-mana like 1/3 base that would just keep scaling. And it was like really busted because of Iceblade Dryad. But because Iceblade Dryad doesn't exist, I feel like Borean Bear could have maintained its, you know, normal form. That's just me though. Damn, they're running Lightbender? That's 100% like very dedicated Vanar hate, and I don't appreciate it. We can Heart Sister to get value against the Windblade Adept, I guess, so it doesn't trade. I'd really like to greed this mana tile, but like I'm not ramping into anything. You know what I mean? If I move here, Hearth Sister, I'd have to Hearth Sister the... I'd have to move here in order to trade into the Windblade Adept. I'd have to swap it like here. And I guess I just play Borean Bear here, out of the way. Next turn, we have to worry about Holy Immolation. A lot of spells. I think I might have put too many spells in my deck. Might just be variants, though. The thing about Borean Bear is that it has the threat of me buffing it on my turn, right? I play it as a vanilla 1/4, and if my opponent approaches it, then I, like, summon a bunch of walls on my turn and buff it and then strike. They've got 1-drop Immo? Shit. Oh, no, it's just Shield Oracle. And Alan in front of this would take damage. This takes it instead. Yo! Wow, they just made that card look busted. Wow. Using one of the reworked cards. A lot of the reworked cards have been, like, very, underplayed. That's impressive. And this is silent, so I don't get the Bone Shield Barrier like Board Wipe, which is Sag. Drug Lord. Sure. Draugr Lord. Probably my best bet here. Punch, punch, punch. Alternatively, I Bone Shield Barrier to try to buy a turn against Draugr Lord, but my opponent's already shown me the Lightbender, so if I Bone Shield Barrier, when walls are dispelled, they disappear. So I think it is better to just Draugr Lord here. And when an ally takes damage, this takes it instead. Yeah, I guess it's just Draugr Lord all day. You're trapped in here with me. You've got to target a spot, which is just a bug, but it still works like normal. The threat of Holy Immolation is pretty spooky, so I think I'm going to leave this Ice Drake back here. What if I didn't, though? What if I didn't, though? Draugr Lord is a very weird card. Change all of your units, including itself, into a 2/7, and then they transform back. And I guess the transform is also kind of like a pseudo heal. Super weird. My hand is all spells, by the way. So it's punch, punch, punch to prevent the Draugr Lord. Oh, wow. Kieran's actually running Tempest. That's literally the first time I've seen Tempest so far. So a lot of scrambling. We get Borean Bear. So we have Bone Shield Barrier now that buffs the Borean Bear +3. So we can clear the Arclight Sentinel. Snow Chaser is really not what I'm after. Lightbender is just absolutely spooktacular. Oh, bye, love. Love you. Is it already that late? My goodness, I guess it is. Ugh, I really got nothing better to do with my mana. Gross. Sir Turman, what's up, buddy? What's the best place to learn the basics? There is a There's a very basic like beginner intro video that's like 3 minutes long that was posted in the Discord server. You can look up some of my super old like Duelyst videos just to kind of get a handle on the basics. If you go into the client, the browser, and you click on the watch tab, you can watch replays of gameplay, just random samplings of games that are played, and kind of just get a feel for like the ebb and flow. Earlier, I was kind of doing a presentation, kind of going over like the different factions and comparing them to Legends of Runeterra regions. So maybe I'll quickly go over that once more, since it's been a few hours and we've got more people trickled in now. There's Ironcliff. Thank God, no Aegis barrier. Kieran's running all the technology. It's Aspect of the Mountain lethal. We've got 8 mana. So we Aspect of the Mountain for 5. Turn the 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, it is. My walls were actually frosty animals all along. Do you have a favorite faction? My favorite faction is Vanar. Absolutely Vanar. It started off as like a hipster challenge run type of thing, because in the beta of the original Duelyst, Vanar was like by and large the worst of all of the factions. So I was like trying my best to figure out how far I could push a faction that was clearly very bad, right? It was like a nice challenge and made for like interesting content for YouTube. And then eventually Vanar started to get a lot of support for like really hilarious archetypes that I also thoroughly enjoyed. Kind of like Freljord in early Runeterra. No, Freljord was very good at early Runeterra. Freljord was really, really bad after the release of Bilgewater because Nab shut down everything. They got nerfed from the beta to full release, and then Nab hard countered the rest of their remaining strategies. And that's why they were so bad. But yeah, kind of, sort of. New Dragonlord feels like a weird new form of wall support, turning a shoddy army of Zeratus into a bunch of beefy boys, then reposition them as you slap around. It is an interesting concept. I dislike them sort of overly, like, I dislike them overlapping walls and Vespers, because Vespers are kind of like Yordles in Bandle City, right? Where it's like a bunch of small, like, weird, understated guys that all work together to, you know, make bigger synergies happen. And that's why I'm such a simp for tribal synergy in Runeterra. Like, I want spiders to be good. I want elites to be good. I want some of these underplayed, like, Fae and Yordle stuff to be good on their own, rather than just being, I'm a busted stat package and I use Rally to win. You know what I mean? And in Duelyst, like, the Vesper synergies were, like, much better appreciated, for me, at least. Dervishes are also, like, a really fun tribal synergy in this game. But anyway, to go back over to my slides, where I kind of compare the Duelyst factions to Runeterra regions. For Abyssian, we've got the nice Shadow Isle Shurima Slay package, a little bit of P&Z for that burn and drain, some unit duplication stuff. So I think this really captures like Abyssian's kind of vibe if you're coming from Runeterra. For Lionar, Demacia, Targon, Freljord is the way. Big bodies, conditional removal, big HP especially, a lot of grindy. Eventually you're going to win because your stuff just kind of doesn't die and it gets too much value while it's in play. Magmar is Freljord Noxus, like Udyr Swain type, like good sort of heavy mid-range conditional removal, and just like big stats. A lot of ramp as well from Freljord, very green in that regard. For Songhai, it's definitely just Noxus, P&Z, burn, sort of tempo aggro, splash of Ionia for a bit of tricky utility in there and spell synergy with their units. For Vanar, it's janky Ionia Bandle City Bilgewater, baby. Low power, high utility, soft removal, weird making up a game plan on the fly, and lots of jank. All of the weird stuff that isn't normally supported in Bilgewater and like Bandle City those like weird meme archetypes. Vanar has them in spades. And also the aspect of Bilgewater of this thing gets set up, and once it does, you become unstoppable. That's sort of like the Vanar vibe. So that's kind of like my kind of interpretation of Runeterra regions to Duelyst factions. I just played your Vitruvian Control and went 5-1. It's super fun. Wow, congrats, Hero Kratos. Mirror Mage? Vanar had some Mirror Mage stuff, like with Ghost Seraphim and Flawless Reflection. Basically, in a very broad sense for Vanar, you create a wide swarmy board of very useless garbage units, and then you convert them into good units. And then you win the game with those. That's very, in broad terms, what Vanar does to you. So like Yorls and Arms, but your units are also very, very bad. So you need the Yorls and Arms to make them good, not just good units become better. So it's like post-nerf Bandle City, just try to get by out in them streets. So we got Bone Chill Barrier, Crystal Cloaker. Sounds like Owlcats, kind of, yeah. Vanar is, what if your region was all Owlcats? Do I keep Cryo? Free mana deal 4, draw a card is... Sure. The Crystal Cloaker opening, baby. So Crystal Cloaker is a 2-mana 2/3 that becomes a 4/3 when it's on your opponent's side of the board. This rectangle here, where they start on their side, is their side of the board. And so my infiltrate bonuses activate on units that are in this space. Oh my god, Drake Dowager! My favorite card in the game! I love Drake Dowager so much. Drake Dowager was a 3/3 that, when your opponent hits it, or rather your opponent's general attacks something, it transforms from a 3/3 into a ranged 1/3. And every time it attacks, it summons a 4/4. Absolutely cursed, strong, snowballing unit. But because it starts off in a vanilla 3/3 form, your opponent can kill it before it transforms. And there was also multiple Sentinels that all shared the same vanilla 3/3 form and would turn into their true forms when certain conditions were met. They were like Yu-Gi-Oh! Traps plus units combined. Sentinels were absolutely godlike designs. And the funny thing too is that everybody had like an A-tier Sentinel, a B-tier Sentinel, and a D-tier Sentinel. So everybody would play around the A-tier Sentinel, so you could play D-tier Sentinels for the mind game. Super fun. Super hilarious. Does it transform if you make the enemy general counterattack? No. They have to attack with their general. So it was like you had to play it was the mind game, the layers and layers of mind games. The Sentinels were such a joy. I can clear this Snow Chaser. Yeah. Ugh. Grumpy. Ooh. I don't want to deal with Fenrir Warmaster, to be honest. This is stunned, so I might just go face. For real. Let's do that. Let's just cryo the Fenrir Warmaster to eat the first half. Draw a card. And then go face. Have you tried the OG Duelyst fan revival yet? I played a little bit of Duelyst GG when it was like first went live. The issue was that they didn't have all the cards implemented yet. They were implementing cards just like randomly as the developer was able to program them in. And so we had like this really weird pocket meta of like Alabaster Titan just being the best thing in the game. And and none of my favorite archetypes had been coded into the game yet, so I didn't really feel like playing. But from what I understand, I know Umbrella posted on Twitter that like 90% of the cards are like coded in now. Carolison says, Zig, maybe you should move your camera to the right side, make it easier to see the history and replaces. It's funny because, yeah, back in my Duelyst days, I did used to have my camera over on this side. The battle history is scuffed. It's a debate. I just have it open for no reason. The like battle log in Duelyst is very, very scuffed. Hopefully they can upgrade this. It's worse than Runeterra's, if you can believe it. It just shows you what was played in what order. It doesn't tell you like what attacked what or what died in what order. Help, I'm getting smorked. Someone said help. We have Gravity Well double Snow Chaser. And Tempo. Another Cloaker. So I can move Crystal Cloaker here, then do Gravity Well, Gravity Well, Gravity Well, Gravity Well, Cloaker, Cloaker, Punch, Punch. Oh yeah, we don't have Oracle's Eye either. That is very true. We don't have Oracle's Eye. So I've lost games because it's taken me too long to calculate lethal or I miscount lethal. Because in a board state like this, where there's a lot of stuff in play, your instincts kick in and your brain is yelling at you like there is a lethal here, like your intuition as a player. But then you're like, but how do I sequence this? And you'll just miss sequence and die. And that's why the match replays are so important, because sometimes you think there's a lethal and then you lose because you thought you missed lethal. When you go back and rewatch the game, you're like, oh, never mind. No, I thought I could do this, or I miscounted and there wasn't really lethal there. Or sometimes there was, right? And sometimes you just have to get better at trusting your gut and pulling the trigger sometimes. So how do I lose here is what I need to ask myself. My opponent's on 5 mana. Fenrir War Master clears this Gravity Well. Snow Chaser trades there. I misplaced the Gravity Well. I needed to do well to protect the Cloaker. Oh, Rejuvenator. Yeah, so now Liam is stabilizing. Voice of the Wind, okay. I'm completely boxed in, by the way. Somebody please send help, I'm dying. So I guess we play... where's the best place to set this up? Here? No, I gotta play it here. I think that's my best setup. The Winter Marids are in a little bit of a ghetto spot, but we've got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We've got lethal damage developed in play. And my opponent does not. They've got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I'm still ahead on tempo, technically. So I'm thinking that my opponent casts Veil Hunter, runs their general up this way, away from the threats. I could have maybe played this Snow Chaser. I could have played Snow Chaser here and here. I think was actually a little bit better. I just wanted to protect the Voice of the Wind. Because there's a world where Ilina clears the Gravity Well, and then Fenrir plus Veil Hunter clears the Voice of the Wind if the Marids don't spawn in a forward position, because it's a random nearby space. Razorback. Oh, I didn't calculate for Razorback. 11. 14. Oh, yeah. Oh, I almost died. 14, 15, 16. With Chromatic Cold, it's lethal. No, this isn't Duelyst DG. It's alpha.duelyst2.com to sign up for this one, Pinocchio. It's 2-draw from the beta. Where'd Ilina go? Oh, they had Blood Tier. Okay. So let's see if we can find a lethal here. I think I've got to replace for Glacial Elemental in order to not die. I can trade 2-1 into the 6-2. I have to Chromatic Cold this ranged unit, I'm pretty sure. Fox Fenrir double trade. Yes! Glacial Elemental! Okay, we're back in it, chat. Alright. Glacial Elemental. I beseech thee. Please carrieth me. Hang on. Let's make this trade first. So I can reposition. Let's actually do some sexy trading here. And then we okay! Yes! Razorback was also lethal? Oh, thank you, Elrad. And that, yeah, see? I was too focused on surviving. And I wasn't even calculating for Razorback. If I had replaced into Razorback, I might have not even tried to calculate a lethal there. Sometimes you get too focused on your opponent's board and their stuff and their threat, and you don't look to see how I can find lethals. And I've thrown tons of games that way as well. Glacial Elemental carried me! What a card! Yes, the Bone Shield Barrier walls specifically are Vespers for the Glacial Elemental's ability. Whoo, baby! It is one of my favorite combos, let me tell you. No, the Ghost Wolf you get from Fenrir Warmaster is not a Vesper. Vespers, it's assigned completely arbitrarily. In the lore, Vespers are like just enchanted beings that are inhabited by the magic of the Vanar Mountains. That's literally the only thing that defines a Vesper. So we've got 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It is lethal. Can I find Aspect of the Mountains? My god. Oh my god! That wall was actually a seismic elemental. Oh, I can't wait till they add Aspect of the Bear. Aspect of the Bear is one of my favorite cards in this game. Aspect of the Bear is 2 mana, transform a unit into a 4/5 Ursa Plum. What are you going to do after the network test is over? I'm going to go back to Runeterra and get railed by Kaisa and wait. Is what I'm gonna do. The no counterattack one? Yes. Yes. Ursaplom. Ursaplom does not counterattack when it's hit. And so what you can do is you can transform an opponent's minion into an Ursaplom and just trade into it for free. Or you transform like a Gravity Well or one of your Bone Shield Barriers into a 4/5 and deal 4 damage. One of my favorite cards. And also Ursaplom has a goated animation. We gotta look it up. Hang on a second. Duelyst wiki. We gotta look up the Ursaplom animation. I think it was like my oops. I think it was my follow notification animation for a long time. Also, rip light mode. Jesus Christ. Sorry about that, chat. Ursaplom. Oops. I spelled it with a B. Ursaplom. A plum is poise, by the way. Look at this running animation. Oh my god. Just look at it, chat. Can we zoom in? Zoom! Enhance! When you move, it would roll. Let me tell you, this is like the best unit in the entire game. I absolutely love this thing. It's like a robot wearing a bear skin. Oh my god, I can't even tell you. Yeah, like, look at this. So it's like, you can see there's like this glowing eye. It's like a bear. It's like a weird, like, Five Nights at Freddy's robot, like wearing a bear skin or something. How can I play Duelyst again? You've got to play it in the browser for now, the network test. Go to alpha.duelyst.com to sign up. And then you can play for the network test. You'll have like the full core set unlocked. They reworked a ton of cards for the network test, by the way. So you'll be able to read them all, but you can also go to the website to look at all the reworks. Runs best in Microsoft Edge. That's what I'm playing it on. You always thought it was a caller? That's one of the underrated things about Duelyst is that everybody has like their own interpretation of the pixel art. I'm having no problems in Chrome. I heard that as long as you have hardware acceleration enabled for Chrome, you can play it very, very smoothly in Google Chrome as well. But I'm going to take a quick break, chat. I'm going to get more water. Jack and Tango got to go outside. I'm coming. Don't bark at me. It's rude. Shh, 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 shh. Be nice. I'm coming. I'm going to take them out and get them their dinner. And I'll be right back, chat. All right, I'm back. Thank you so much for your patience. Man, it is hot outside, chat. My goodness, it's like 90-some degrees today. I guess we're just going to keep it going with this Vanar stuff. I haven't seen like a full Shadow Creep deck yet. It's mostly just like splashed in. And I think that's how Shadow Creep generally was in the past. Like even non-Shadow Creep decks still ran like ooze and stuff. So who knows? There's no way to tell. Whenever you saw Cassiva, you knew it was a Shadow Creep deck back in the day. But now it could just be cosmetic. You think that Shadow Creep is dull now? I mean, I was really like taken aback by having no Shadow Creep rework. There's only like 3 sources of Shadow Creep and 1 synergy card anyway. Yeah, the thing was is that you used to just play Control Abyssian and just drop triple Shadow Nova and your opponent would die. Was generally how Shadow Creep was played. So we can just bop the absolute shit out of our opponent here. Yeah. We walk forward. We do gravity. Well. And do we Bone Shield Barrier or Frostfire? I think we just Frostfire. This game is very fun. So let's see. My opponent could be running Ephemeral Shroud. Abyssian very often does run Ephemeral Shroud because they don't have main deck Dispel. Oh, they got Ritual Banishing. Okay. I'm glad that everybody is so hyped for Duelyst. Seriously, it warms my heart. Ooh, Sarlacc. People don't remember the defensive opening? Yeah, it's hard to say. Sarlacc is kind of messed up because it dies and respawns instantly, so it can actually eat multiple of your Glacial Elemental procs. For those of you who remember that super old interaction. My opponent's going to be on 5 mana next turn, so I think I actually want to play... there's actually no way to play around Dancing Blades. Actually, I can play the Glacial Elemental behind me. If I advance here, the Glacial Elemental is theoretically not safe to getting cleared. Damn. I really want to hit my opponent's general. We'll just BE aggressive here. I'm just playing for tempo. Darkfire Sacrifice, I haven't really seen a lot of, but Darkfire Sacrifice Spectral Revenant is horrifying for me. In a couple turns, we might be able to get Drug Lord. We'll see. Draugr Lord. Everybody called it Drug Lord. Yeah. I probably should have transformed this wall and walked down here with the Ravager in order to attack. so that it's not in range of this Sarlacc to get this value trade as a 1/1. But in order to get that trade, my opponent has to stand still to pop this barrier. Pardon me, the Frost Well. The Gravity Well. Okay, it's just Swarm then. Less likely for Darkfire Sacrifice stuff. But this also really interferes with Glacial Elemental, because now the Wraithlings are they just get replaced. We have Cryogenesis, though. So I'm actually kind of chilling here. I'm going to hold the Bone Chill Barrier. I'm going to play it real easy peasy. We need tempo. A lot of utility, a lot of spells, but we need some threat here. Yo, what's up, McAdoo? Welcome in. Ah, Night Sorrow? Come off it. I guess I killed the wrong unit. This card is busted, man. 3 mana, destroy a nearby minion with three or less hits like everything in this game. I think they eventually nerfed it to 2 or less, but 3 or less is like bonkers. Ephemeral Shroud. We kind of knew they had that. We're still, ironically, we're still not too far behind. I can Chromatic Cold the Sarlacc. 3, 4, 5. Spirit of the Wild doesn't really do it for me. Chromatic Cold on Sarlacc might actually be the way. Take away that, like, nexus of value, so to speak. And I think we just give up on the Spirit of the Wild game plan. Unless... No, there's not a position where I can play an undefended Glacial Elemental from Night Sorrow Assassin. Oh my god. Like, if they have second Night Sorrow Assassin, I play Glacial Elemental here, and they just summon it here and kill. Yeah, I think I have to chill. They eventually... I think they nerfed Night Sorrow Assassin to be 2 or less attack. They put it at 3 or less. They have another they have another Blood Moon Priestess. I have Hailstone Prison for that. If they don't play another card... No, they have. Okay, they have another card. Jaxi. Oof. Yeah, so we have Aspect of the Ravager for that. And then we do 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Yeah, so we turn that into a Ravager. We play the Glacial Elemental. And we, Bone Chill Barrier. I guess I gotta kill this Wraithling. It's like, I'd love to see where the pings land before I move my general, but I think I just have to trust, I think. Actually godlike. There's Drug Lord. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage on my opponent's board. Deathfire Crescendo would be 8, 9, 10, 11. Ooh. We're almost dead here. I'm not feeling so good, Mr. Stark. This is looking... This is like in the danger zone. 13 HP. Any deck worth its salt can burst you from like 12. Especially at 8 mana. Yep, there it is. Death Action. We died. They don't send the Wraithling's face? Never mind, we're alive. Never mind, we're chilling. I think they might have been like a couple points off lethal, and that's why they didn't want to go for it. Draugr Lord doesn't do enough for me. I can set up second Glacial Elemental and Bone Chill Barrier. I think I have to Hailstone Prison this Fox, because if the pings go the wrong way, this becomes ginormous and I can't deal. Yeah, so we got to get rid of that. And then we just play the second Glacial Elemental and Bone Chill, Bone Chill, Bone Chill. And then they both activate in tandem. Move the Glacial Elemental so it's in an attacking position. We could die to just, like, double Dark Seed or something here. So they have a 1-mana 3/3 in their hand. We haven't seen Spectral Revenant yet. Third, Blood Moon Priestess. Breath of the Unborn. Wow, they're actually running that AoE. That's very rare to see in Abyssian. I've got another Bone Shield Barrier. I think we have to Razorback so the Glacial Elemental can just trade here. Voice of the Wind. Oh my god, if I play... No, if I pre-move... If I pre-move, it's safe. If I pre-move, it's safe. Because there's a chance that the ping goes... Ah! Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's all 3 Blood Moon Priestesses down. Do we need Bone Chill Barrier? I don't think we need Bone Chill Barrier. We're just trying to kite for our lives here, chat. And my opponent can run away into their Wraithling Swarm and maybe just take me out with Burn. Void Pulse, Dark Seed. We've already seen a Deathfire Crescendo. Ritual Banishing. Okay, we're still alive. And I played my units like this to keep their general off of me from attacking. Are they going to hit my face or are they going to kill this? 4 mana means that we're in range with Spectral Revenant's direct damage. We've seen 2 Ritual Banishing. We haven't seen Demonic Lure. All right, we've got the Drug Lord play. All right, 2-7 tanky boys, save me. Made some really good plays this game, but we just didn't have enough threat. We were just reacting the entire time. So we took a lot of chip damage in the process. Yeah, Draugr Lord now transforms all of your Vespers in play, including itself, into a 2-7 Ice Drake, and then they transform back at the start of your turn. That's third Ritual Banishing, I believe. No Spectral Revenant. We're still in a safe position in the corner. Demonic Lure. Do they have Spectral Blade? Demonic Lure throws a unit into the corner. No, they don't attack my general. They're scared. Heart's Sister can bring this back. Another Rejuvenator. All right, we've got Razorback, so we can get some uptrades. Aspect of the Mountains would be godlike, I think. We keep Aspect of the Fox, maybe. Oh, this is tough. Hearth Sister, okay. That allows me to bring my Snow Chaser back into the fold, although it's not that great. I guess we do it like this. We Hearth Sister the Emerald Rejuvenator away. Hit it with our Snow Chaser and it comes back to our hand. Run down here. Razorback. Trade. Snow Chaser. Still barely hanging on by a thread. We're dead to Spectral Revenant if my opponent finds it. There's no way they aren't running that card. It's too strong. I thought the game was going to wrap up after that second Blood Moon Priestess went down. I can buy myself a lot of time, but generally speaking, yeah. So that's 1, 2, 3. We're at 1 HP with the second Demonic Lure here. This deck is very weird. They might not just have Revenant, or maybe only one copy. Maybe. They're clearing the board. They're clearing the board. Consuming Reap. They're like they're playing with their food. I think they're trying to set up a very specific lethal. I can Chromatic Cold the Jaxi. Which kills it. And then just keep... I can play Aspect of the Mountains on the Razorback to wipe these two. Just keep running down into the corner. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We don't have enough mana for it, though. I can't do all three. Hang on. Is there a better line? Run to the corner. Chromatic Cold. Crystal Cloaker. Ugh. attack, play. I don't like this play at all. We get the follow from Mick Stronder. Thank you so much, Mick Stronder. Yeah, this isn't an auto battler. You move all of your units around individually. We've got to die here. There's no way it's not lethal. Still clearing board. Demonic Lure. Oh my god. Am I going to be able to punish this gamer? If this Crystal Cloaker was a Hearthseeker, we draw here. That's pretty funny. I think I said Heartseeker. I meant Hearth Sister. I Hearth Sister the 5/1 back into position, buff it with the Frostfire for +3 attack, hit Chromatic Cold for face for 2, and then I swing on them for 2. And when two generals kill each other simultaneously, it's a draw. Rematch. They did hit triple Blood Moon Priestess, so I can't be too upset. Vanar is weak. It's in beta Vanar has always been super weak. The reworks like didn't make it stronger. They kind of just reshuffled its power level. But I'm trying some Vesper piles. Vanar is underexplored, to be fair. It's hard to say for sure. My experience with it so far hasn't been that great. But I mean, it's still fun, of course. Vanar had its day. I mean, to be fair, Vanar was like really bad, and then they just went overboard buffing it is all. The Kinetic Surge Kara meta was awful, yeah. The thing is that they found like a really annoying like control slow burn Vanar build, and then the devs got a gigantic boner and then just printed cards to support that archetype instead of their other stuff. So it was really frustrating. I've got 19 spells. Yeah, that's why this deck feels so clunky. Need a couple more 2-drops in here. Oh, I'm not running War Master? Jesus. That'll certainly help things out. Do I only want one Draugr Lord? Just a little something something that can fight for me. One-ofs were always good to run, in my opinion. There was always a big debate, even in like 2-draw replace Duelyst, about whether or not you wanted to run 1-drops or not. It's always risky to play Snow Chaser turn 1 because of the threat of Blood Tier Alchemist, but generally speaking, not a lot of Blood Tier Alchemist running around these days. I still have a good 3-drop to fall back on if they ping the Snow Chaser. It forced them to play down like this to block the Snow Chaser. Ah, Bone Swarm. Okay. That's fine. Just play it nice and chill. Do I want Gravity Well? I'll replace. It was really cool to see a lot of these models get 3D animated in Godfall. Oh, yeah, it is set technically in the same world. So Godfall, they were able to kind of fully flesh out a lot of these ideas. I mean, the original devs also had access to that data too. We the player base did not. It's what it gave it like a weird spin where like you couldn't actually prove that stuff was overpowered. So we can kill this ethereal obelisk. I'm not running the polarity. Actually, I can cryogenesis this ethereal obelisk to just one-shot it, deal 5 to the windstorm obelisk instead. Getting the Snow Chaser in play feels good, because I can body block the Xerix. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna do this. Just deny this bottom mana tile. Oh my god, Dervish, you spawned in the perfect spot. How dare you? The Dervish spawning on this tile specifically means it gets to take the mana. It's messed up, bro. Yeah. Honestly, if I threw my 2 cents in, I don't think I would necessarily advocate for posting the stats publicly. Yo, what's up, Sleep Cycles? Welcome in. What am I seeing before my very eyes? A Scarzig stream returned back to Duelyst. We've come full circle, y'all. Duelyst is my origin. Like, this is the reason I started streaming, the reason I started casting tournaments. It was like all the support and love from the Duelyst community that just kept me going. Like, and the hardcore players who like stuck around and viewers who supported me even after Duelyst went down when I was like streaming other stuff. Like, y'all are goated. Star's Fury is actually not that bad. They might go face. 2, 4, 6. Yeah, exactly. I mean, y'all will have your data for the network test. You'll be able to, like, sort by what's obviously overpowered. Maybe you have an idea of who is legacy players versus not to kind of, you know, make up for... So we've got Glacial Elemental also potentially set up in a very strong spot right here. We could do double Glacial. They showed us the Star's Fury, though. Rather than Bone Chill Barrier. Bone Chill Barrier Snow Chaser is just better, I think. Because it lets us go absolutely buck wild here. I might keep this Ghost Wolf alive as a 3/3 to maintain a stronger body block. Bone Swarm clears the walls. Emerald Rejuvenator. We've got double Frostfire, so that's 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Just a little bit off lethal. We can ping down the Emerald Rejuvenator, though. Yeah, just double develop the Snow Chaser, I think, is probably the best play. Oh, man. Probably should have replaced first. Look for Drug Lord. Crystal Cloaker is also great. Conga Line. Base. We got the fall from Aldigmir. Thank you and welcome, Aldigmir. Do you like your OG card? What would you like to see out of it in Draw 2? My OG card, I, like, actually developed hand in hand with Umbrella. So I was able to find, like, a really nice spot for it. It ended up becoming a bit sharp in Songhai, but overall it was pretty balanced. I'd have to really think on it, because the other thing too, when I designed Scarzig, it was in the final set, so I had a lot more context and stuff about like what was good and like how to make it viable and stuff like that. But I definitely would have to see. We've got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We've got them in the Glacial Elemental prison, though, of just, like, continuously pinging their board. My opponent is running for their lives, unfortunately. I didn't get another body blocker. Still a bit too many spells in this deck. How many spells is this? I cut some. I have like 15. It's probably too much. Usually you're running like 12. But that's what made Animus Plate so good, is you had something that wasn't a unit or a spell that you could just do instead. I think I have like 15 or 16. It's still too much. My Snow Chaser. Another Emerald Rejuvenator. Shroud on the Glacial Elemental. I guess that... I can play Draugr Lord. Like, I can get a nice value trade here by Punch and Transform. Alternatively, I kill the 2/2, and then... Wait, hang on. Do we have lethal? Hailstone Prison to get this out of the way. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9... Oh, yeah, never mind. It's lethal. Saying, yeah, you got to be calculating for lethal. at all times. I was sitting on that Frostfire for a long ass time. I just wasn't in the proper position to pull the trigger. Yeah, I almost missed that lethal. I got sucked into the Draugr Lord play. That happens a lot in Duelyst too. Yeah. I haven't played 8 games today. I've been streaming for 5 hours. Or is that win 8 games for the dailies? Anyway, let's see. Match history. It was looking pretty scuffed there for a second. I've got a decent-ish win rate, kind of playing jank. Whew. But I am going to call it. It's going on 7 o'clock. I've been streaming for about 5 hours. That's about my limit, especially since I put that bonus stream on Friday. Unless you're playing Songhai, all you can do is calculate lethal. Exactly. Paraka's on. Enigmaze is playing. Collazo is on. Yo, Collazo coming back. Duelyst making it all happen, baby. Did Majin Bay play Duelyst? He said he was going to play Duelyst. Yeah, we gotta send the raid over to Collazo for sure. I won't be able to hang out, but we definitely got to show the boys some love. So say hi to Collazo. He's an OG Duelyst player just like me. Make sure, tell him to hit F11 to full screen that shit. And I will see you all. My next stream is actually next week, so maybe, depending on my schedule, I might be able to squeeze in a baby stream tomorrow to get some more Duelyst action in. But I'm really looking for...